everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, then I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as a wild bird sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do what we do. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to
got this beat in my head right now. I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd. Let it out. Yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time.
A freedom, a big time, and no
Restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight.
The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this night is our night. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me get you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれるサイニューレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう
然な近道なんての完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわそげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地横なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me yet when you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェッチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreamingの始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping. catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. Sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on the water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on the water. It's like we're walking on the water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know?
I
You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. Your move got me spinning around, spinning,
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, taken from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Under lock, under key, and I'm doing time. Someone to save me, turn on the light. I don't know what is wrong, but it just feels right. Won't you break me out? Won't you break me out? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me out? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out?
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are, forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
in the arms of my only, my new tiny world. And right here in our arms you'll stay until you can find your own way. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way 季節血の味が欲しい毎日純粋だと思ったバカねブー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah. But my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power. They don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my education in the old school, surfing on a wave and playing by my own rules. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun and give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. You don't wanna kill my vibe with the wrong beats. If you wanna feel alive, you gotta move your feet. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with a little surprise and give into temptation. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Do you feel what I feel? 'Cause I'm feeling alive. I will do. 'Cause I'm feeling alive. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. Come on, let's take this downtown. Wake me up to the soul sound. Hit me with the Cali sun. Give me good vibrations. Give me good vibrations. Now I'm dancing in my new kicks, getting down to all my old tricks. Gotta get my fix. Now do you think I'm cool? It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do. It's all I wanna do.
Here we go.
I don't really care about like all them fancy things. Never had a lust for cars or sparkly diamond rings. I don't really care about them platinum studded boys that run around the whole damn town just showing off the toys. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance
my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. That's alright when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get home. 4.67. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt takes over your life. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of
Welcome one and all to the LPL. It is a beautiful Monday morning over here in the British and Irish Isles where myself, Just O'Sheen, and of course the absolutely audacious Lyric are going to be bringing you today's actions. Lyric, we're into the final week. This is it, do or die.
Yep, do or die, like you said, on the Isles. So I'm only here for a few more days, but when we cast with O'Sheen, there's always an ooh-woo day when you're on, sir. So, you know,
we're getting some stonks in the ooh-woo market these days.
So we're gonna see if the teams can bring those stonks as well. And you know what? Speaking of the teams, I'm gonna do this. Yesterday's games.
Oh,
stole it right out from
segue.
under you. As
Can't believe you've done this.
Well, what were those games, O'Sheen? What was that for? What is FPX beating EDG?
The three P's of getting knocked out of the postseason is no playoffs, no pressure, no problem. It just seems to be the way the LPL works, because we've seen it multiple times that once you're no longer fighting for that spot to try and make sure you're getting to places, teams play a lot more comfortably. They play a lot more within themselves, and it does feel like right now EDG kind of got I wouldn't say exposed or anything like that, but definitely a weakness within their our currently #1 team.
They got what happens to all the like top tier LPL teams at the end of the split. You're in top 3, you drop to a team at the bottom end of the standings. RNG to WE will always be the most glaring to me with that happening last year. But speaking of standings, look at those beauties right on our screen. 5 teams left in. Top Esports surprisingly not one of them, which is pretty crazy. 4 lose streak. There actually is a world where they don't make playoffs as well.
I was gonna say
very
they
doable
would
schedules.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would require IG to beat BLG, who are already locked in playoffs. So I wouldn't put it past BLG to drop that series. But again, a lot of different things to kind of come out of that one there as we kind of move ourselves towards the end of the split. But yeah, like you said, kind of still a couple of teams to get knocked out, still a couple of teams to secure their spots. And speaking of teams looking to either secure their spots or get themselves knocked out, we can look at today's games, because we actually have a couple of pretty big playoff implications as we got a little glimpse of them. Actually, no, never mind. We don't look at today's games first. I haven't done a Monday in so long. It's the best rookie of week 9 first. Then we can move on. And it's hang on WE. In fairness, WE been looking great.
Yeah, 3 series win streak. This guy, one of the big catalysts of their wins. Super hype coming into the split. Took down LGD, who've been on a tear. Beat IG, beat Ultra Prime, and really showing that they're kind of that best in the middle of the pack. And even right now, thanks to him, they are sitting in that 10th spot. So WE out of nowhere, maybe making that run to getting that playoff berth.
Yeah, absolutely. Game score not the greatest, still -2, but need to kind of break it up. But we'll look at the best of week 9. The Shy having a little bit of a resurgence, got to admit. Definitely looking a lot better comparatively to where he was earlier on in the split. And Weibo and BLG kind of being the 2 big kind of pushers right now in this that last week or so of kind of teams we're definitely not forgetting about coming into the playoffs.
I was saying this when I was casting Weibo the other day, but their coach is Easy Hoon. Easy Hoon was under coma, and with how much better Weibo been looking, I'm sure he messaged Coma and he asked to borrow the belt. He borrowed the belt machine. He brought it because Carson the Shy looked much better this week than we've been seeing in previous weeks. But that's our best player, L. Good to see. And BLG were a team that it's nice to finally find some consistency. 4 series win streak for them, because on paper, I was surprised that not as many people were talking about them coming into the split, because they were one of the teams that kind of took the best player from a bunch of different teams, put them together. It looked like it should have even worked on paper just in terms of how these teams should allocate resources, and finally getting done.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Elk is kind of one of those carries as well that we know what he can do. We've seen the high highs, and it's good to see him kind of coming back into it on a BLG lineup, which I got to admit, he was kind of like a sideshow towards. There were a lot of people looking towards Bin and Yagao, and even Shun, to be perfectly honest, on that top half of the map. So really good to see Elk kind of getting his dues and showing up when needed, because the meta right now is very AD carry focused. It's a lot of bot lane kind of, hyper carries going in there. Of course, the Zeri and the Aphelios coming back, and good to see him stepping up to the plate when needed. And for me, I just think that like BLG are coming good at a really good time for them as well. I feel like it is going to be one of those moments where if you want to try and pick up momentum, it's got to be just before playoffs. That's like the best time to pick up that momentum.
Yep, it really is. Going into the playoffs, as talking about momentum today, some team's going to need it. RNG who have been on a bit of an upward trajectory, having a shaky split so far. NIP already out of playoffs would be a team that you'd expect them to be able to take down. And same for JDG. I mean, you won a convincing win against LGD, but LGD been putting up more of a fight in recent weeks. So I don't think even that one is necessarily the pushover that you would expect them to be.
Yeah, an opportunity for JDG to get first place as well. Of course, with EDG losing yesterday, JDG have a better game difference score. A win today would actually put them equal on series score, but guarantee themselves a +2 game difference in between themselves and EDG. So with one series left to play in the split, they would be in a very strong position to get that first spot in the regular split. But we'll see how it all kind of fans out. We're going to talk about that one a little bit later because RNG, they're 7-7. They have a massive opportunity right now to really put themselves in a good spot for playoffs here. They've on a great win streak at the moment, but it's NIP. And NIP have been that weird bogey side for a lot of different teams this year because I feel like you look at this roster and you're kind of thinking like Photic in the bot lane, Invincible's had some pop-off moments. This isn't a team that we would necessarily have put maybe, you know, where they currently are down in 14th.
No, definitely not. You know, kind of expect them to be in that middle of the table scramble, which are not far off, right? Sitting at 4 wins. I mean, a couple of series go different ways because they have gone to 3 games quite a few times as well. They could have been in there, but just seem like plagued by issues. We've seen roster changes come in, right? Trying to use Rich for, I think it was even only 1 series, get subbed out, now not even on the team anymore. Shalong Bao getting changed out for Shadow. We started off with Dream, moving between Dream and Powell. Like, yeah, it just seemed like NIP took a while to even figure out what they wanted to do with their starting lineup.
Yeah, I mean, like, you know, obviously we're coming into the end of the split. NIP are out of playoffs. They're looking towards summer. But I like that they're looking towards summer. I like that they're actually making active changes right now and saying, look, stage games are good for us. We need to try and see what this roster can do. We can really see, you know, how this thing can work out for us because, we kind of bring it back to even just last summer, a split ago under the V5, kind of name. This team was in the top 4 conversations. This team was in championship conversations. And this all of a sudden is a massive trajectory change for this roster, for this organization after Rookie left. And you're trying to basically rebuild. I'm not going to lie, losing Rookie tends to do that to teams. We saw it to IG and now we're seeing it to V5/NIP. So this is a bit of a shift that we're seeing coming out here from this team. And I am delighted to see them actually working towards making that shift, kind of stick.
I got to say, for NIP, they did get 2-0'd by Weibo, but they did take down IG before that. And
yes,
IG actually have a higher game win rate than multiple teams above them. WE, TT, and RNG being one of them. So, I mean, maybe some potential for a bit of an upset to come here. But it's always hard because RNG are one of those lineups that I feel like kind of like NIP, just I guess to a more telling degree, that on paper you would have expected better than what they've been able to deliver. Again, with I think how the talent has concentrated this split, like it's one of the most concentrated, top tier, heavy like splits we've had. I can understand RNG not being in contention for like top 2, but again, sitting down towards 9th, I don't think is a position anyone would have expected coming into the split.
No, absolutely. I think, look, in traditional RNG spring style, they did start off very, very slow. Angel wasn't a part of the roster. Ming still wasn't confirmed either. So they kind of came in with a lot of different moving parts and finally kind of brought it in. Even throughout the split, even when Angel and Ming were kind of brought in, we did see some management issues coming in from the players as well. We saw some, substitutions mid-series, which led them to losing the AL series. And that just, those little things, because, even behind the scenes, Tabe's gone. They don't have one of their most established coaches alongside in this organization anymore. So this is a team that we're kind of figuring out. And speaking of figuring out, that's a straight up none ban.
Yeah.
I think.
I mean,
in the first one, normally it's the last one, but it's the first one and that's a none ban.
And even NIP kind of laughing at what's going on here. It does seem like there was a
Something
mistake.
Something messed up.
Yeah, and it looks like the players just went back into like the creating lobby screen. They're typing to each other. They're letting know, hey, we were some shenanigans.
My bad, guys. My bad.
Asking each other for the Mundo 1v1s. The two most common things that happen in lobbies before games from my time as a coach was like, the Mundo dodgeball was a big one. That happened a lot.
Yep.
And the other one was always Lee Sin 1v1s. I don't know why. Didn't matter the role, didn't matter the players. But if players from opposite teams challenge each other 1v1s, it would always be Lee Sin.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of like high skill expression champions. Lee Sin kind of falls into that. You know, you have a shield, you have a little bit of lifesteal there in your kit. Naturally, the Q obviously is an execute. So if you can get the damage, that's the new RNG bear, by the way. That's the new mascot. Not sure how I feel about it. I missed the old mascot.
I did see
the black bear.
I did see Sword Art challenge who was H2K's Che. I think that was their support when they had the Korean bot lane back in the day. I think it was 2016. I saw Sword Art challenge him to a Z1v1. That one was a bit more unique.
We're never going to have a Faker Z moment ever again, are we?
No.
It's never going to happen.
I remember our last Z moment was... actually, it might not even be our last, but the last memorable one to me was end of 2020 summer, where I think IG were already guaranteed like third in regular season or something, and then Rookie pulled it out, and they ended up losing. Didn't work out.
Yeah, not as iconic or hype as the
not even close.
Not even close. But we're obviously back into picks and bans. A little bit of an issue there, so we have brought it back. That none ban is a Sejuani ban. It just didn't obviously register in whatever way the client worked. So thankfully everything is going well again. But RNG focusing in on those jungle bans right now. And honestly, they've proven time and time again. Way has proven time and time again. If he gets Viego, he's fine. He doesn't care. He just wants things that can't do. He just wants to go into something that isn't going to do well into Viego. So he's just getting rid of the Elise, getting rid of the Sejuani. I wouldn't even be surprised to see him get rid of something like the Wukong or the Vi, maybe, just to kind of really put the pressure down and say, I'm picking Viego.
I think NIP are also one of the teams who still gravitate towards that Maokai. Shadow's played it twice, and Dream has played things like the Renekton in the mid lane, which is like always the possible flex, right? Has played the Tristana, the Yone, so I like taking away some of these AP junglers. They do opt into doing that.
Good call.
And now NIP, with jungle pool being so pinched, you would expect the buy to come out in that first rotation. For RNG, you already highlighted it. I mean, Wei loves Viego, the Wukong as well, still a very top tier there. Zeri being opened, you already see RNG highlighting it, and I would expect that one to be going over to Gala.
Yeah, we do tend to see Gala kind of pick up, and Gala's kind of been ramping up a little bit into the later half of the split. You know, always been kind of that AD carry that I kind of put in the same vein as someone like Yagao, where it's like, yes, he is up there alongside some of the big names, but he's never above them. You know, especially last year as such, it was kind of like Jackie Love, Viper, and then, you know, Fotik had an exceptional season last year. And then eventually you're kind of, you know, ticking down the list, and then you hit into Gala. But now with, you know, Xiaohu obviously leaving this roster, there's an awful lot more emphasis on him being the carry right now, especially with the way Angel plays the game. So we're seeing a huge emphasis coming out here from RNG to kind of him be the carry. And with the Zeri and the Lulu locked in here going up against Fotik and Zhou on the lovers duo of the Zion Rakan, he's gonna have to do it again.
Yeah, I feel like Gala's had an insane couple of recent series as well. So he's a good guy to start putting the RNG eggs into the Gala basket. Love to see that one. And now we're going to see where they want to go with second phase. Both teams needing their soul laners. For RNG, you've kind of hit on it. Angel's been pretty dynamic in terms of like what he's been willing to pick. We've seen like him gravitating towards things like the Annie recently, which that's obviously been taken off the table. He was willing to bring out Twisted Fate not too many series ago and like play towards sides. Can play like the strong laning phase sort of champions like the Jace as well. So very much being the fill player typically for the side of RNG, to where Breed has mostly been put on, has gravitated towards like that weak side duty to Sion, Cassante, played a few Renekton games, and now you're not really seeing Renekton a champion enabled as much. He usually is just kind of left on his own devices. So I wouldn't be surprised to see RNG leave, maybe put Angel in a position to have more impact and put Breathe on one of these like 3 picks. Once again, you can see NIP already reading that one, taking away the Sion.
Yeah, still have access to maybe something like Cassante, but it would be blind and Giving into Invincible, maybe the Jax, which he has so loved this split. Definitely not something you want to be trying to take into that one there. So with the LeBlanc locked in here, so a bit of an early game or mid-game kind of burst available now to RNG. I mean, these comps are basically the exact same as each other right now. We're looking at big late-game teamfight carries with the Zeri and the Xayah. Big initiation coming out from the junglers, and then straight up just kind of like a quote-unquote assassin mid laners that are able to kind of put down some threat onto that back line.
Yeah, I'm surprised RNG going for the blind pick LeBlanc. NIP kind of end up trying to match it with the Ahri, so going to be a bit of a skill matchup in that mid lane. Charm and the Ethereal Chains coming out. Who can land what? It's going to be really important. And now for RNG, I mean, you have Wukong in the jungle, so they do just go into the Gwen. Something we've seen tried since the start of the split, try to match up into the Cassante pick. Didn't really have a lot of success at first. We have been seeing it have more success recently, so what RNG have decided to go with. And yeah, I mean, most hype thing going into this matchup, I think, is definitely that mid lane matchup. Dream, after showing, again, a solid performance last summer, hasn't really been able to replicate that here in spring, but now having Ahri going up against LeBlanc, this is really going to be his time to show that he can have a big impact on the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's kind of one of those moments where, like, excuse me, your only real engage now for RNG is that Wukong. That's the only real thing you have to try and start off a team fight. So you're looking for big flanks from Breathe. You're looking for him to get onto that back line and be a threat alongside this LeBlanc. If that doesn't happen, you're into some sketchy territory right now for RNG. The burden of execution very much lies upon you, whereas NIP, they've gone as front to back can be, in my opinion. They've gone as very bog standard as ever. You've got a big hyper carry in the Xayah. You've got good engage and follow-up engage with your top jungle and support. You've got options available to you as well with a little bit of pick that comes out with the Ahri. So really good to see them kind of building a much more holistically, in my opinion, more holistically kind of a simple comp to kind of work with.
Yeah, 100%. Just able to try and run in. They have lots of CC, which always just kind of feels easier to be able to maneuver. So definitely feels like NIP have set themselves up for success in terms of that ease of execution. And when we're talking about, okay, Dream being someone who's enabled to potentially have a big performance, still, when you look at who the carry is meant to be, it is Photic. And when Photic has his hands on Xayah, at least on a champion that definitely has the ability to do so, even running the Ghost, so going to be playing for those team fights matched by Gala. Battle the mids, battle the AD carries. We don't care about top machine. Invincible versus Breathe. I can wait another day. That sucks. Why does every top lane matchup feel like that these days?
I know, right? It really does. I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. Unfortunately, tank players wanted to be able to play the game, so Riot had to make changes to items, made them too efficient. Just how it is.
You know, I also do love, I don't know if you've noticed it when you cast, but like our observers still love panning over top lane. Like, we'll just be there for like 30 seconds watching two top laners kind of trade HP meaninglessly, and it, you know, at least meaninglessly for us. It means something for them. But for us,
I was gonna say, like, I've definitely had games where our series where like we're looking at top and nothing's happening, and we stay there for like 45, 50 seconds, and there's just nothing happening, but we don't go anywhere else. I mean, maybe all our observers are top mains, you know, maybe they're very interested in how this very stale top lane matchup can go, but it's unfortunately the nature of the beast when you only have small adjustments throughout the split. We should have our mid-season update though after MSI, so that's fun, you know, hopefully. That's an interesting kind of thing. What do you hope changes? That's a good question. What do you want to see differently?
I don't know. Like, I am in the camp that I feel like there are too many big and like wide sweeping changes in patches, kind of going back to last year. Feels like Riot are always trying to correct something very large. So who knows? Maybe, you know, I want to see a second Rift Herald added. Change the game completely.
As in, like, not a second one after the first one. You mean like two Rift Heralds?
Two Rift Heralds on the map. Add a second little, like, alcove somewhere in Rift. You know, just put it in the mid lane. Just put it in the mid lane.
No, even better. You put the 2 Rift Heralds. They no longer spawn in Rift Herald pits. They spawn like Kindred Marks. Well, the first one either goes to the top scuttle or the bottom scuttle. It either goes to top alcove or bottom alcove. And you at like 3 minutes. Like 3 minutes 30.
I am down for adding more RNG and pissing people off, but Shadow, we need to keep our eyes on him because he's not looking for. I mean, he is actually looking for RNG right now as a Breathe. Very far forward.
Breathe. Yeah, he has popped his Ghost, as has Invincible. Breed's going to have to be in a bit of a 1v2. No real way to get out of this one here. Gets hit by the Q. It's knocked back a little bit as well, and that should be a pretty easy first blood. Good pathing from Shadow. Completely skipped his topside camps to make that work.
Yeah, circumvents the ward as well. Goes for the wraparound. Breathe, just not expecting that one to come in so soon. And now Shadow gonna be fine. Just go back to farming his top side jungle. Or to where on the opposite side way, not too many opportunities present. You can see they're doing a nice job of. It looks like a Ming hovering over to just making sure that he has the safety to look for that. Just gonna quickly realize there's no camps here. Can get some vision. Vision's always cool. You don't agree,
right, Jordan?
You don't think Vision's cool?
A little bit of action. I mean, I kind of feel your pain a little bit in the sense of, you know, I knew nothing was gonna happen from that bot lane, so I didn't even bother to try to play-by-play it because that's just the way the meta is right now. It's a little stagnant in the first few minutes of the game. Does feel like it means kind of a little less than maybe beforehand. You're not seeing teams. Oh, do you remember 2019? And FBX kind of immortalized in that particular meta. It's like, oh, you just 4-man dive bot all the time. Just all the time. And you just go for stuff like that. I miss that, you know what I mean? I miss that kind of like, you know, high risk, high reward strategy that used to come out from, especially from the Chinese teams.
You know what FPX immortalized for me was the game in summer regular season. It might have been the last one. 2019 summer regular season, people. Duinbi played jungle and Tien played mid. Duinbi played Skarner. I think Tien played Aatrox. That's what my mind tells me. And
I feel like that's
won.
correct.
I can't remember who they beat, but might have even been another top team. I don't know why my soul was telling me to stop esports, but yeah, that's what I remember. And funnily enough, going back to your point, even in that game, even with the role swaps, they still just kept diving bot.
Yeah, it was just the way it was. It was dive bot, make sure the enemy AD carry is as useless as possible. I think we saw it actually in the LEC the other day. I think it was Astralis diving SK's bot lane all the time. We do sometimes see it. I do see it a couple of times. We have the Galio Camille combinations coming out, and we do have it sometimes.
Angel is cleanly dodging everything right there from Dream. Or Dream missing. It depends if you want to be a pessimist or if you just want to, you know, cheer on Angel. But speaking of that, we're getting to the point.
Glass half full.
We're getting to the point, Sheed. Ulti's coming online for mid jungle. Still waiting on a bit of experience 4-way and Shadow, but that's when we can really start to expect to see things happen, right? Especially for Shadow and Dream. Shadow now even gonna jump on way. I think he should be able to get out, but nice damage.
Decent damage there. They did know that Shadow was in the area, so curious to see that Wei did start off this dragon. It's a little bit risky to kind of go for right now when you know the enemy jungler's in the vicinity, but there's no contest coming out for Shadow. But the thing is, RNG don't know that just yet. Gala took a bad trade himself. Yeah, they can't really take this dragon. It's unfortunate there. I feel like RNG being a bit slower on the rotation there. They finally catch out Shadow, but can they get back into that dragon pit to get this early dragon? That is the big question. And, woo! Dream. He's not having a dream right now. It's slowly turning into a nightmare. Angel kind of finessing on the NIP mid laner.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. We've seen it multiple times with him out trading him, going for the distortion. Dream not able to connect the charm, and then a lot of times Angel even just having the ability to sidestep the Q on the way out. So he's doing a great job. And Dream, like I said, Dream and Shadow coming in. Cease and desist and Spirit Rush. You just have so many ways to close so much distance, catch one person out, and really start to break open the map. These are the members that need to step up. Shadow doing a great job fighting that first blood, but once that cease and desist comes online, which it looks like it should soon, that's when I'd really love to see them, especially hovering towards those side lanes, potentially starting to get Photic ahead in that bot. Because locking down Angel, though possible, and you can go for it, I mean, the fact that he'll have his distortion, his mimic, his flash up, I think it'll make it very hard to be able to take him down. Maybe they have the damage, right? Cease and desist, can then chain into the charm, and maybe it's there, but I feel like going for potentially bot lane, or even working your way to the enemy jungle, trying to get on top of way, is more of a surefire option.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely looks at, you have the buy into something like the Zeri. You want to be using that in the team fights to kind of lock down Gala to make sure he's not getting away. That's why we generally see a lot of the time when a Vi is picked as on the enemy side, the AD carry of the team against it doesn't really take cleanse. Obviously, cleanse is very powerful somewhere, but you can't cleanse a cease and desist. It's something that you're just going to have to accept. So going with the Ghost to try and maybe gain some distance after the fact seems to be the more favorable of the options. Rift Herald secured here by NIP, and apart from that first blood from that top side, it is at an 8.5 minutes of sweet FA in this particular matchup. It's been a slow one, and honestly, I feel like both teams are very happy with that. I do think NIP are going to be a little bit happier to kind of take the team fights after, the kind of team fights come in after the laning phase is done and dusted, because, like I said, they just have easier execution on the way they can engage on fights. So we now know where Shadow wants to go for. How do RNG kind of look for it right now? Because they've got access to their ultimates. How do they want to try and, or who do they want to try and focus in here and try and get going?
I think they can just keep looking to play around that mid lane. I mean, you've been out trading Dream consistently. Even if you just see a pressure game come out from way and you get a Spirit Rush early on, maybe potentially even force on a flash and commit the Cyclone, can look for the repeat opportunities, prevent him from being able to move and look for like the Spirit Rush and cease and desist combo to sides that we were hitting on. So I think RNG have a few opportunities right now, and they have great vision control towards that bot side. So they'll know if anything goes on, and if they can really find some heavy trades on Dream like right now, they can even look to pivot down and punish Photic and Joel.
Yeah, this LeBlanc was quote-unquote countered by picked into, kind of blind, but they have got plenty of power with them available in that mid lane. As we can see, Breed just finding the mid game a little bit more difficult. This is where the Gwen does tend to have a little bit of a more of a kind of a harder time, I suppose, when they're not quite at the Rift Maker, not really getting the healing coming out for themselves, and they're waiting for that first item completion. Of course, Invincible rushing into those Merc Treads makes those trading very much more favorable in his favor, but so far, so good for NIP, you got to admit. Again, they are coming in as a team that is knocked out of playoffs, but, the 3 Ps, no playoffs, no pressure, no problem, because they are looking a little bit more comfortable coming into RNG today, and Shadow has been a little bit more active, in my opinion, comparatively, even though it has only been that literally one
Yeah,
goal.
it's been... I guess he has been a little bit more proactive because, yeah, we haven't really seen RNG even opt into trying for anything, but they are finally going for the play that we hit on. Shadow and Dream making their way down, but RNG are conscious of it, spot it out, and with them bringing way over,
difficult.
We're gonna see once again no action. This is a peaceful game. Invite don't look for the violence.
Yeah.
Invite thy enemy over for some tea, have a nice conversation.
This is a Christian movie. This ain't Die Hard. This ain't your action Marvel movies. But now we're gonna see some action. See, all we have to do is jinx it. Is we're gonna see both top laners going head-to-head. Needlework used as the all-out does come in for Invincible. And just as quickly as it started, it fades away.
It's fine. We have Rift Herald going to time out soon, so NIP going to have to look somewhere with that. You can see the Rakan right now kind of hovering around mid. Pings are coming out towards bot, which I think maybe makes a bit more sense because we've seen how heavily Dream's getting pressured. I don't know how much getting gold on him really means anything, especially when he himself hasn't really been able to take turret plates, but which is how close they are to mid. This might be the only option, but they're going to get answered.
Angel gets fully engaged upon here. They're going to try and maybe use the Cyclone to disengage. As you can see there, Angel just keeps himself alive with the decoy as well. There's so many different versions of all the different champions, and RNG turned that one right the way around.
Wild Growth from main coming in clutch to make sure that they get those kills. But yeah, the damage not necessarily being there. Split focus definitely, as we can see, both way and Angel chunked to half HP. But RNG at the end of the day are going to be able to win it out. That leads into a Divine Thunder for Way. We already saw the Leandries on Angel. Breathe as well. I just picked up his Rift Maker in top lane. So Oh, I didn't even notice they were angling.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of angling for this play, right? They were looking to drop it mid. We see the CC come out, but good Cyclone, shutting them out. Dream, not really able to connect any good damage. And I don't know if his charm just got wasted on a target that was already locked down, but again, the wild growth comes in, prevents Wave from going down, and to make sure that RNG are able to return with those 2 kills.
And I just realized there, so oops, Shadow finds himself in the pit. Wei is in a bit of a 1v2, considering the Dragon is aggroing him for the moment. Shadow should be able to queue back over the wall and reset that Dragon's aggro, so not going to be too much there. But I just noticed as well, both LeBlanc and Wukong have clones, have decoys to be able to try and make those fights a little bit more. They got all of a sudden we're against a 2v3 in favor of NIP, who turned into a 4v2 very, very quickly. And speaking of which, there's going to be a little bit of a lockdown onto Angel, who's going to have to double the store his way out and should just be fine. That's kind of what you mentioned there, Lyric, a little bit earlier, is that yes, you can put in pressure onto Angel, but is it really going to lead into a kill? Probably not.
Even more so now that he has that stopwatch in his inventory, so...
No!
Invincible?
Invincible needs 1 or 2 more hits, but it's so hard walking into the needlework. He looks for the knockback. He's not quite able to find it, and this is NIP getting control over mid lane because of that trade, and that means they're going to be able to pick up the Dragon and stop the stacking of RNG.
Machine, look at the mini-map, though. Look at Angel. Angel right now, he's on the hunt. He's a predator. He's a giant saber-toothed tiger. Look, oh, never mind. He ate anything.
I was going to say, I was like, I don't want to interrupt you. You're having such a fun time with it right now, you know? Let him have his moments.
Okay, look at Dream. He's a large saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah. A lot of tigers here, as we can see Breed. Almost certainly going to be going down here. Just put himself into his own hallowed miss. Ooh, nice little fancy footwork there, but it's only a matter of time before the W gets popped. The Q comes in. The auto attacks do their job. Nice equalization of the kills here for NIP. 2-2. Gold lead is equal. Dragons are equal. And at the moment, it is a very equal game. Take 2 for Shadow, as this time around, he might be able to use Shelly.
I feel like that's a death that really should never come from Breathe with the knowledge they had of the situation in mid lane. But yeah, gonna see if the Herald can be contested away, trying to make his way over. Does get here in time, Cyclone's up, and yeah, just scaring NIP off. Shadow might go for the steal.
Oh, he 10 HP. Wei missed it at 10 HP, and that's an unfortunate situation there for the RNG jungler. He is gonna have to get the wild growth on top of him and his flash to make sure he doesn't die. But that is just a very unfortunate mistime there on the smite from Wei, and that means that NIP still get themselves the Rift Herald. They still get themselves that global objective should they want to use it in the next few minutes.
I guess that'll be the question, right? Sadly for NIP,
I mean, I have to ask.
Yeah, if they're able to find a window to use it this time. Last time around, they waited so long. I guess they were set on trying to make a play around mid, and they weren't able to move their bot lane over. Dream was losing on mid lane, so it took them so long to get it going. But this time with Chua having it.
Oh, that was really, really nice. Gala will not be falling down. Botic actually might be losing his own life there. No flash available to him, and Gala says that's how you flash over the wall. It will be traded 1 for 1. And the game will still remain in equal standing.
I mean, he does end up denying away from Botic by going for that play. So ultimately net positive for Gala coming out. Will be able to buy his Immortal Shield bow. So going to be having more power, more sustained in that lane for if any of those trades do come out from the feathers. And Machine Rift Herald going to get placed out.
Hooray! There she is. She will finally get it. I don't think they'll gain anything off of this. Tower shouldn't go down from just 1 charge, and there's going to be plenty of reinforcements here for Angel to make sure that the Rift Heralds and the Wave does not get pushed any further. So do get a little bit of damage, but it's all that it is. It's just a bit of chip damage there, and it's actually not even that low where you could really hard force. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, Poaching actually does really nicely here to land the double feathers coming back and catch both of them off guard with the stun.
Yeah, goes with it flashes to guarantee that one. The knockup then comes out, but not able to keep running down Gala, who did use that ulti, just putting out so much damage now that flashes in to be able to finish it off. A bit tragic. Again, playing it so well, but I mean, once Azeri gets going, getting the on-hit, getting the movement speed stacked, yeah, just a menace to play against. Gala showing why. I mean, hell, I believe it's the highest presence champion we have in the LPL in this patch as well. And we understand why teams love this champion.
Oh yeah, like, I think I've seen like, you know, multiple times where the Zeri just pops the ultimate and gets the stacking going, can just chase you down with that ghost, and just so much mobility available to her. But again, see what either team wants to kind of go for right now. Minute till Dragon spawns, and it is a Cloud Soul, so fairly significant, I would argue.
I request then. So for the dragon fight, can you cast it like an auctioneer?
Oh, okay. You know what? If there's a fight, I'll try my absolute best. That's an interesting challenge to kind of bring myself into this. But we're
okay, go for it.
Fight already. I'm gonna try and make it work. We're gonna see. No, I can't even start from that particular one. It's just that one ended. That was no fight. That ended before it started. That came in at the bottom price, and they just said yes, sold.
The picked and side lanes going over. Finally seeing some of the teamwork between the Vi and the Ahri that we were hitting on earlier to make sure that they get something going. And Invincible's been doing a nice job in this top lane. He went out.
Yeah, he's looking for the Mist will give you a little bit of resistances, but he can still hit you while you're in it. Won't get the knockback. It's 1v1. One more auto attack for either of these top laners. Would have been enough.
It looked like
end of it
Breathe
all.
didn't even expect the amount of damage that was coming out from him, or he potentially could have even just like gone forward and then tried to finish that one off. And by then, it was in such an awkward place. Both top laners are like, we need to get the hell out of Dodge. And nothing comes out from it at the end of the day. Like you said, dragging up 5 seconds. Breathe now has no TP. Invincible does.
I was just about to say, that feels like a weird play to make there for Breathe. There's no TP for him now to try and join this. So if Cassante decides to jump in on this, it'll be a fun little auctioneer coming in of this. But NIP did get the pick onto Way, but it was a little bit early. So
TP's coming
RNG
in.
now. Yeah, TP is there. That's going to be Dreaming Invincible on the flank there. Way a little bit isolated away from his team. They want to try and have their cake and eat it. We're going to see there's a straight up force from NIP coming out. No fight to be had, no auctions to be done.
I heard you building up into it as well.
I was trying, but it wasn't to be.
Come on, you guys can do it.
Airfire.
Let's
There we
go.
We're going to see a full engage coming in. They're going to get themselves on top of the Cyclone. We're going to see him once, going twice. Not going to quite get himself decoy. We're going back into the thing, but nothing was sold.
I see. You don't have to go.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying my hardest.
These teams are fine taking it slow and steady. NIP, they have their 2 Drakes. They have their Xayah getting items. RNG, they have a gold. They have their Zeri. Getting up there is ooh, Shadow. I thought he was gonna get baited. Angel doing a nice job waiting in the wings, being patient on that one, but ultimately Shadow is gonna be like, this does feel a little too good to be true, with Wei just committing to try to get this while my mid laner is pushing out in bot.
Does definitely feel it. And kind of waiting for, I don't know, man. I'm waiting for something, you know? I'm waiting for the big moment. Actually, an interesting little put to kind of bring up actually right now. I think it's actually a curious one. We're not going to see it as of the graphic on the bottom, but Shadow is going towards a Divine Sunder. He is not going towards that Radiant Virtue, which we have seen so often on something like a Vi, which is just so much more kind of, you know, standard on her, considering, you know, the active that gives you the 15% extra health when you go in on your ultimate just feels like a much more natural progression. But Shadow's saying, no, look at me. I am the carry. I've got the most kills in the game, and I will be the one to do the damage.
Yeah, no strong Healy item coming in for him, but will... You reminded us today of that the other day.
I did. Because it was just like, you guys were sitting on it for so long, you and yourself and Munchables were like, what healed him? What is this? Like, this is crazy. And I was like, this one, guys. He's like, yeah, big, strong, OP Healy item. And you weren't wrong. You were not wrong.
Shadow, maybe going to put this Divine Sunder to use. Again, really trying to hunt down Wei with the damage he has.
He does have some pretty significant damage. Cyclone going to knock Shadow up twice. That's a Black Cleaver difference. You can see there, Wei kind of slowly taking more and more damage as his armor started to become shredded. And that's a tower here, and NIP are gaining a little bit of momentum right now. It doesn't look it in terms of the score, but you can feel that the moves, the way the game is being played, it's RNG kind of on the back foot.
And I want to highlight how NIP are able to make plays like this, because look at that bot wave. That bot wave from RNG had just hit bot tower. So NIP pretty much consciously gave that up. They gave up pressure in mid. You can see Angel just push that one out right now. That was crashing in, and they just committed to overloading the top side to be able to make that work, saying, hey, we don't care if we miss a few CS. if we can kind of turn the cogs of the game forward, get some pressure down, get some deep vision in, and they've been doing a nice job of doing that, playing as this 4-man torch.
Trying to defend this mid lane with their lives right now. Again, Breathe getting caught out a little bit. He'll get knocked up, taken out. Nothing you can do. And this Gwen has been honestly not that great. It has really been exposed by NIP. It really hasn't done a hell of a lot of anything. And that Way in a hell of a lot of trouble. Does get caught out by the charm on the back end of that Spirit Rush, but nothing else comes of it. How in the hell did Angel land that one onto Dream? I'm not quite sure, but eventually the mid lane tier 1 will be taken down, and this is kind of what we're going back to from earlier and saying that the ease of execution is just very much in favor of NIP. RNG have to have so many things go in their favor in order to have their competition just compete against what NIP have brought to the table.
I want to point out, though, that RNG haven't really fallen behind in gold just because of the CS advantages that they've been able to find. 30 CS in the mid lane. We had a 20 CS advantage in top as well until Breathe had died here, and we saw Cassandra pick up the wave. But walks over a ward. I feel like Breathe should have expected this because, right, NIP just committed to a play on top side. They path back down towards mid, even on the way up. You would expect wards to have come out from NIP to control that territory in top side jungle to be able to take that tier 1 turret. Oh,
Shadow in again, Lyric. Seeing Way getting just 1v1 right now. Has to use the Cyclone just defensively. Shadow forced to flash away as the rest of RNG come in. But you can see Shadow, why he went for this Divine Sunderer. He is so much scarier in a 1v1 against Way. And Way just can't really do anything. He's using the Cyclone defensively every single time. But we talked about earlier, that's your only real engage tool is RNG.
A lot having to be done, I think, by Angel. Because sure, for RNG, like you can see Breathe getting picked off, Way not able to find an impact, Shadow constantly singling him out in these duels before fights happen. And sure, Gala's going to be the big late game carry, but a LeBlanc, you have windows like this to kind of get things in your favor before a fight happens, right? You see LeBlanc function a lot as kind of a poke mage and get that damage off, kind of give yourselves a number advantage just from the fact that the enemy health bars are so low that they can't commit everyone to a fight. So I feel like this is where Angel's really going to have to shine, because they're going to keep looking for it.
Good call there from NIP. They're trying to just kind of see if they could maybe do a 2-man dragon there, but immediately once RNG got that information, they started moving towards that Baron, so they gave it up a little bit just to make sure they weren't losing off on the much bigger objective, as neither team on Soul Point just yet, but it would be Soul Point for NIP. I mentioned earlier that Cloud Soul would be fairly good for a team that is very reliant on kind of keep the chase going. You pop that ultimate and you get that extra move speed from things like Shadow, and of course the Ahri and the Cassante get a huge amount of benefit from that, so see what NIP can do. RNG not willing to let that one go just too much, too little, too late. So they want to try and contest as much as they possibly can, but I don't think they can. I mean, we're seeing this time and time again with RNG in this composition. It just feels like they want to contest, they want to try and look for something, but they just can't.
No, they don't feel comfortable yet. Still, I guess, just trying to get more gold onto Gala before they feel confident looking for that one. And just knowing how strong NIP's members are right now, they have vision control over top side, so hoping that they can find some sort of cheeky play off of this. Maybe able to run, but even then, like, we've seen so little action, you haven't even been able to force any summoners, right? So, oh, Shadow running in once again.
I mean, Angel has to go golden. Shadow going to go use his own stasis as well. Way using Cyclone to try and help out his mid laner, but he shall pay for the sins of Angel. It can be your angel or your devil, as we can see Gala forcing to kind of just completely disengage from Invincible, but we'll put down a fair bit of damage back into the top laner of NIP. And with that Ghost kind of keeping him in a fairly decent move speed, will be wearing off just now, and Baron's going to be started off. It's a 4v5. Breed still has his Ghost and his Needlework. Invincible off on the side. Angel needs to be very careful as well how he takes this fight. There is a Leandri's Torment or Leandri's Anguish on Angel, so he will do damage. And speaking of doing damage, Baron down to 3,000. Both it goes up into the feathers. They can try and maybe make this one work. He all out to bring Breed into the pit, but that's not what you wanted. Invincible delivered the top laner straight on top of the jungler, but a charm lands on the Gala, and that's going to be a huge saving grace for NIP. It looked like they may have lost absolutely everything, but that charm saves it all.
NIP almost throw everything away there. Breathe. I even believe they managed to get into the pit before the Invincible's ult came out, but then Invincible, like, even bringing him further into the pit to take down Shadow. but then Dream able to connect the CC, making sure everything doesn't go awry. Because that went from, okay, NIP flip Baron, NIP, tragic mistake with that one. You should have rethought that decision into maybe now RNG can get this objective of how low it got. But we're going to see here, Breathe running them down. But no, actually, yeah, I guess it was just Invincible bringing him into the pit straight away. And that needlework doing significant damage. Again, look how low that Baron is. We're going to see, though, that charm from Dream changed everything. And sure, Wei wasn't up, so it still would have been risky to commit to. But whether it's, committing to the kills, the fact that you now have numbers advantage, or even just thinking, hey, we have enough damage to get this one down. I think it was a 2K, so actually maybe that is overzealous and you think that they could just do that without Smite with 3 members in front of them. But point is, they were in an advantageous position.
Very much so. Joe, he gets caught out by a little bit of CC, and that is the power of the LeBlanc. One small moment there for RNG to catch themselves back up. As Baron might be available for them now. They're going to go for it one more time. Shadow puts himself behind the pit. There isn't a real great vision control right now for RNG. They're kind of taking this as a point where they have to go for it right now. They don't really have a choice, and already we're taking an engage there onto Angel, who does get himself away invincible in the front line, but he can't really join back onto his team. Shadow jumping onto Breathe, but I don't think Breathe is the one you want now. With Invincible dead, your front line is very much diminished right now, and with Breathe just kind of keeping everybody away off the back of this pit. Both took flashes away. Shadow does as well, but Shadow getting snip, 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 just like paper, and RNG just find themselves with a Baron.
And like you said, Shadow going on to Breathe there, I think was so questionable. He cannot win that 1v1 against Gwen. We've seen, sure, he can win it up against Wei, but look at the items that Breathe has in his inventory. Incredibly strong, even if he did get set behind early on from kind of how he was playing lane, playing so far forward, getting picked off, but still going to be stronger in that instance. We're going to see here, Joa wanting to find a reset and walking forward as well. Look at where the other members of NIP are on the mini-map. Like, Zai is nowhere nearby. Sure, Dream's here, but Cassante not able to join in. That leads into this play on Baron. RNG want to fight here. They don't necessarily want to flip the Baron. They're trying to force them in, and they find the initial engage onto the LeBlanc. The mobility there. We see the other big issue is, like you highlighted, Shadow jumps on the Breathe. He isn't going to be able to do anything. And it feels like these are two big ones. The people you focus the Gwen and the LeBlanc. The one with mobility who's easily able to escape. And yeah, Breathe, who at this point
a death cap Gwen
is pretty much a sustained tank with how much healing he has.
Yeah, I mean, just draining all your resources there into two of the not exactly ideal carries meant that Gala was just free to continue what he wanted to do. We see now 3 items available for most carries in this game, to be perfectly honest. Finally, a stopwatch for Wei, making it a little bit harder for him to be bursted out in this next potential fight. His soul available for NIP in 10 seconds, but they're just going to jump straight into Gala. They listened to your advice, and they finally decided that they weren't going to throw all their resources at the very easily to kite away champions. Well, Breathe is on a side lane here with Baron, and with the death cap, they will destroy towers. So yes, you may lose the soul, but they're going to gain at least an inhibitor from this.
And RNG is still going to put some pressure on them. They're going to try and hover around, threaten the fact that they can look for a steal and keep them in the area, but this means NIP decided to engage.
All out goes in onto Ming, who flashes back over the wall to make sure he does not go down. The inhibitor has gone down off this. Breathe is still going. Breathe is ending the game. Breathe is actually going to end the game. He's going to get a Nexus turret at least, maybe even another one, as there's only Invincible to really deal with him right now. Everyone's trying to reset, but RNG are saying, look, if we can just keep everyone interested, we can end the game ourselves. They're not going to be able to do it right now, but that was risky business there from NIP. Yes, you get the soul, but you lose a hell of a lot.
Had Invincible not managed to get away, they probably could have done it. You saw RNG there canceling backs. Wei specifically jumped over the pit, and I think it was Dreams maybe. He canceled someone who was looking for that reset. Very clear what they wanted to go for, but still, Soul going over towards NIP. You have some pretty decent champions for the Cloud Soul to come out as well. We're going to be able to take advantage of those buffs, but we've seen now that RNG, the Gwen specifically, huge team fighting monster. NIP have ways to deal with Gala, they have ways to take out the Zeri, and that numbers advantage might be enough to flip it in their favor, but now having to constantly worry about this open bot in him is going to be such an annoyance.
Like that from Angel, just trying to use his mobility there to make something work. But now Shadow, maybe able to jump on the Gala. Got the several shields, several hundred health worth of shields when he combos in with the Lulu, and of course the Bloodthirster being stacked up as well, but bit by bit, little by little, no one can really deal with the Gwen. So Breed back in the sideline says, cool, I did a bot. I'm going to go start doing a top. As now we're going to see a full engage. This time around, they're going to jump onto Ming. That is their target. But Shadow using that extra move speed to the greatest of advantages and just runs himself away. Look at the passive move speed on him right now, out of combat and just sailing away. It's almost like he has Movies on himself with all that extra movement speed. Breed did TP in, but again, very difficult to really lock someone down. Photic does get himself caught up by the chain. As Dream hit by a W of the Zeri means he won't get his reset. And finally, will this tier 1 in mid go down? I don't think it will.
Gonna put some damage on it, but you can see RNG have realized looking for picks with LeBlanc, playing towards sidelines with the Gwen is the route they have to go. It's gonna be a little bit harder now because Breathe not having that TP means that if he is the one who elects to catch and push sides, that they will be exploited. Well, Angel does have his, so there still is a member that you can allocate towards doing that job. And I mean, we'll be able to win out against Stream in the 1v1. Shouldn't really be able to do too much to Invincible. That one will just be a bit of a, you know, Casante's going to absorb the damage, do his job, and then walk away from you. But point is, RG not having as many options with Breed not having that TP online.
Yeah, it's a little bit doing with a Cosmic Drive now picked up for Breed means that he's even scarier, if I'm being totally honest here. You can even see Invincible building up towards what I imagine is a... I can't even think about what that second magic resistance item would be. Maybe an Abyssal Mask, perhaps? Hard to tell. But needs more magic resistance, regardless of how he's going to try and deal with this bot side or even any side lane, to be perfectly honest, in the 1v1 against Breed. So you've got yourself the Gwen online. You've got plenty of damage on RNG, but NIP have proven it time and time again. When they find someone without a flash, without their summoners, or even without their Lulu to shield them, they can be deleted. So NIP, it's all about finding your mark, preferably on Tagala, and getting him out of the fight. But he's now got himself a stopwatch as well. So 2 stopwatches available here for the side of RNG makes it so much more difficult for NIP to contest around these objectives like the Baron when they want to just hard engage.
Yeah, this is where RNG's comp thrives, is being able to play off of vision denial and again, use LeBlanc over walls, chunk them out, have Breathe kind of threaten off from another angle. NIP, they want to just run them down, have Shadow going first, delete Gala like we've seen time and time again. We do see, potential engage.
Ooh,
not
a lot of damage there on the show, but they destroy this Baron if they're left on it for too long. As you can see there, Invincible just trying to walk in to get some vision. Finally, Shadow drops down a ward, and RNG know they don't want to take that fight. I will say RNG only have the 1 super minion in that bot lane available to them, so they are going to lose pressure on that in a very short amount of time. And this is the game where, yes, they are ahead. Yes, they are looking stronger in that side lane. Finally, the Gwen is looking like it's going to be able to do something, but it's Angel getting caught out now without a Banshee. Finally gets hit up there, gets to flash away. And that Summoner's burned, but now you're on the wrong side of the map here as NIP, or maybe you're on the wrong side of the map here for RNG, because inside track is belonging to NIP.
There's also 2 ultis down. The 2 ultis you consistently use to try to pick off the enemy AD carry. The thing is, it won't matter if RNG aren't able to try to force anything during the time that these are on cooldown. So actually, NIP might just be able to walk away with the fact that they got a flash, and I mean, hell, we're already halfway up to Shadow's cease and desist being back online.
Oh, there's a flash in with the charm. Way is dead. The TP coming in from Angel to make sure this Baron cannot be started and taken immediately.
Elder! Yeah. Elder's going to be up in 35 seconds. Way still won't be alive.
Yeah, you're going to be looking for a lot of stalling coming out. But now RNG aren't anywhere near this Baron. Vision has been cleared fairly decently. There's still a couple of wards around the place here for RNG, but now we are going to see Breed ignoring Invincible basically completely. He is ignoring the Cassante until eventually the all-out comes out, but it's going to be a Baron. The resets are going to come in. Breed's going to look to try and maybe take this, but yeah, he knows that the recalls are coming and he needs to be at this dragon in 2 seconds' time.
NIP, I think, doing a great job of not committing everyone to go for the recall. Like, you have Baron buff, bring someone mid, buff up that wave. Gargoyle Stoneplate now finished for Invincible.
Oh, they're looking for a TP. They're looking to try and catch him out on the side completely, and they should be able to do it. The redemption comes down just for a little bit more, and these staggered death timers means that RNG can't get themselves to a full 5v5. They can't even threaten with a flank. And that means that this is a very, very scary moment right now. It's still an Elder flip as they gotta jump back straight in onto Wei.
Not a flip anymore.
They don't flip anything because they're catching Gala out as well. He's trying to kite back with the ghost as best as he possibly can. But Angel's just not a part of this. Angel hasn't been a part of this at all. And RNG are just getting destroyed. They're being pulled apart right now. And NIP, no playoffs, no pressure, no problem.
We've seen overextensions, people walking up alone to get vision like Wei in enemy jungle before, just constantly getting picked off by members of NIP, walking in solo, not really doing their due diligence. And Shadow now gonna just hunt down Angel. They're gonna be able to go for the end.
They're going to be able to end the game. That's it. That is going to be game one, the NIP. It was slow. It was steady. There was definitely some mid-game blunders where the Gwen got out of hand. But NIP holding strong, having so many engaged tools, so many ways to make the fight happen in their favor. And they will take down RNG in game number one. They'll lose Dream right at the end, but it doesn't matter. The result stays the same. And this is NIP looking cool, calm, and collected right now against RNG.
Yeah, as expected when you have like your 9th place going against your 14th place team, there were mistakes on both sides, but also good things to highlight, especially for NIP. The way that they were proactively like hunting down Wei in a lot of these situations in the early mid game, right? Like we saw Shadow constantly invade his jungle. He went with that Divine Sunder Vi build, knows he's winning in the 1v1, constantly having people like Dream hover around him, like chunking him out, making sure he's in a threat, taking away the Cyclone so it can't be used in team fights. Things like that were great. Like part of the reason why they won. The other part goes to like RNG and some of the mistakes. Again, I feel like some of the deaths for Breathe in top lane and in sides are like, all right, that's kind of understandable, like the timing that they're playing with, or maybe the information, or you value more of like getting the wave pushed out, whatever it is. Some are like, all right, you just saw this guy here, the wave's in a fine spot, doesn't need to happen. And then a lot of times people just kind of walking and poking their head into the enemy jungle because RNG wanted to go for picks. They didn't have a lot of lockdown. A lot of it relied on like kind of just Angel being able to kill them himself, I guess. But like Wei goes into them and go, oh, he gets picked off. Oh, Breathe, overextended on side. He gets picked off. And it's like, what do we do as the rest of RNG? But Angel not able to find an impact either. So kind of like a mixed bag for RNG, where it looked like with the comp that they drafted, they weren't very comfortable in trying to bring anything together. And the only thing they ever found was like, hey, we can pressure sides, but wasn't able to win the game.
Yeah, like an inhibitor, but then they lost the Cloud Soul. And you just saw with the triple clouds how quick everyone became. All they had to do was ultimate, and their movement speed just shot through the roof. Like, it was insanely hard for RNG to actually lock someone down after that initial little bit of CC. And again, outside of the Cyclone, you just don't have CC, at least not the most instant type of CC, like a cease and desist, like a charm, like a quickness or a knockup coming out from Zhuo. So the gold graph kind of says it, very close, very close. RNG kind of take over, but then they just kept making mistakes, kept getting caught out, and just weren't able to make any of it really stick. Great from NIP, though, because I really do feel like they knew how their comp needed to function. They knew exactly what they needed to do in order to make sure they didn't get completely blown out of the water in that kind of mid to late game stage. And they just kept Invincible relevant in the 1v1 against Breed. They kept Breed honest, and it made sure that one time where Breed got the split push to get 2 towers and an inhibitor never happened again.
Yeah, again, I feel like they understood their win cons. They played around their Vine, their Ari, like they didn't really need to rely on Photic as much, but he was still there, farming up, like dishing out the damage. And yeah, they went with a more simple route. They knew how to win. They played to that. They took advantage of RNG's mistakes. And we said NIP took down IG the other day. IG, sure, sitting under RNG, actually have a higher game win rate than, again, a lot of the teams over them. NIP have consistently been able to put up a fight against teams above them in the standings. It's just typically been about closing out series that they haven't been able to do. But potentially, they can do it today.
Yeah, that's quite possibly. We'll see if they're able to do it today or if RNG have got anything left up their sleeve. We'll be going to a quick break, and when we return, picks and bans for game 2.
我们会给你几张表情，然后请根据这个表情猜测是瓦鲁中的哪一位英雄。
啊？这个是吗？这表情是英雄是吗？
这个图片是哪位英雄？
他有可能是组成的他的技能啊、武器啊，或者是他的一些特征之类的。
好。 啊，这什么？
这啥呀？
啥？灯泡吗？死哥，佐伊，狐狸，
小法师，妖姬吗？
卡玛，露露，
什么？这什么东西啊？
可以给到提示，他是一位中路的法师英雄。
虚空之眼，光辉女郎，小法师，佐伊，
他是一位后期的法和英雄，紫色系为主。
龙王，
就我这就完了。
塞拉斯，瑞兹吗？这个英雄今天登场了吗？
今天好像没有登场。
不知道呀，这第一题就给我难到了呀。
猫咪吗？这个第一个不是猫咪，辛德拉。
辛德拉，没搞错吧？三个水晶球，辛德拉。
对。
啊，还真是啊。
辛德拉。啊，辛德拉吗？
辛德拉。
辛德拉吗？星球，一个星一个气球，星气球。龙王，巴德，
波比，飞机，
奶妈，
奶妈，
猫咪，发条，
金克斯，
好了。
这个不能猜不出来。
不知道。
这个气球是啥呀？
这两个是代表一个英雄的技能，分别是2个技能。
哦，就2个，哦，不是一起的是吧？这星星应该是大树掉儿子吗？
这个一看就知道呀，这个一看就是佐伊啊。
你非常的擅长。
哦，佐伊，
这个是佐伊，
你的真该。
左翼，
他是佐伊。
左翼吗？啊，不知道。
这是什么？维克托，
能问一下是哪路的英雄？
可以给你提示，他是一个上路英雄。
娜吗？
闪电松鼠是谁来着？纳尔不对，凯南。
凯南，这个就凯南吧，应该。
这个是凯南吧？带电的松鼠。
凯南，这个挺简单的。
凯南。OK， 我厉害。
你看到球的话，应该第一反应就应该是辛德拉吧，3个球。这个就是佐伊吧，飞星很明显，还有气球、气泡。凯南太简单了，有点过于轻松了。主要我都玩过这些英雄。
根据我们给出的图片，然后猜猜看图片中的人物是哪位的欧美名人。
我直接看着说就好了，是吗？
对。
我英文不好，说不出名字怎么办？
没关系，就答不出来也没关系。
好。
知识盲区啊，完全不了解。
他算明星吗？
没印象，可是感觉讲得上很高质量的人，就是有胆识，然后很多知识的人，就是有脑子的人。可是我真的不认识呀。
那个造火箭的叫什么？哎呦，想不起来了。
特斯拉的那个老板，Elon Musk，
这个是那个埃隆·马斯克。
这个我知道，但我想不起他的名字是什么。
马斯特，马斯克。
这个我知道，马斯克
是那个世界首富吗？忘记他名字了。
要不换个人吧？这个我真不知道。
马斯克。
那个叫什么来着？特斯拉。
不认识，不知道。这个人我不认识。这个是马斯克吗？
马斯克。
这是谁啊？这个不认识。
全不认识的们。
我看世界杯好像是那个内马尔吧，当时很火，好像这个人。
这个看起来就是个 rapper。
这是内马尔吗？感觉好瘦啊，他有这么瘦吗？
内马尔，这个是我为数不多认识的足球。
这个我不认识，但他蛮帅的。他是梅西吗？不像啊。
这梅西吗？姆巴佩。哎，不是，内马尔。
一个足球明星，这叫啥我忘记了，等我想想。还真忘了。
哦，这个我知道，最近很火，内马尔。
这个是内马尔，我知道。
内马尔，这个是年轻时候的内马尔。
哦，内马尔，不行，得放他足球照我才行。
这我真的不认识，这我不看篮球。
詹姆斯。
这个一看是 NBA 的，但我不看 NBA， 不能乱说，这个我也不知道他。
这个是 NBA 球星字母哥。
这个是字母哥吧？
啊，对不起，不认识。他叫好狠。
这个叫什么？我知道这个人，但我不知道全称。
这是那个 NBA 的字母哥。
这个真不知道，我比较少看篮球。
我也不知道，34，这是谁？
这是那个我不会念他名，
是那个现在最强的吧，就是很长一串字母的，对对对，这个是字母哥。
这应该是字母哥。没想到他肌肉还挺那个。
泰森吗？这个是？这个叫啥？他叫什么啊？他演电影的吗？他叫什么？
他演过《速度与激情》。
对，这个我知道，但我不知道他叫啥。这个强生比较
泰森。我不记得，我也不记得。
不记得叫什么。演过那个一个猩猩在就是到处跑的一个电影，还有《速度与激情》好像没看过。
德维尼·
庄斯，对吗？我只知道他英文名，不知道中文名。
哇哦，bad guy，巨石强森，
这个也不认识。
这个我经常看他的电影，这个是巨石强森吧？
这个巨石强森，我也知道。
这个人肯定知道，这个是巨石强森。这个是那个巨石强森。哦，那个知道，强森，他巨石强森。我的也是喜欢看他的摔跤以前。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are looking at a beautiful evening sky over Shenzhen as we are looking at NIP 1-0 up over RNG. It was cool, it was calm, it was collected, no playoffs, no pressure, no problem, as NIP and Shadow more particularly were getting themselves a nice engage, as I assume someone's camera or someone's internet or something is going wrong. Yeah, we really do. Shadow getting himself the MVP. Did go to a much more aggressive build, of course, dodging the Radiant Virtue, moving in towards a Divine Sundra instead. And it did pay off. You know, 25% of your team's damage as a jungler when you have things like an Ahri and a Xayah on your team is significant, in my opinion. And just getting himself into positions where he knew he could make, you know, the impact he needed to make. Yeah, I was going to say, I think chat's gonna let me know that you're muted or something's gone wrong on someone's end, and unfortunately you've been killed from the show. I shall take over the solo cast. See, it's not as fun when a play-by-play gets the solo cast because everyone thinks it's going to be like everyone wants a solo cast, but it's only more exciting when a color caster gets to do it because they don't get to play-by-play that often, and then they realize how tired they get very quickly as they look to try and make stuff kind of work for that. But again, just good work from Shadow, making sure NIP were kind of coming out on top of everything they possibly had. And I always forget about your tattoo on your forearm, and I like to see it in that particular photo.
You know,
I'm not even sure if you're still. Are you here? Are you back?
I mean, we're gonna hope, because again, and I don't think I should have been gone.
I don't
think I should have been gone the first time. But hey, that's what happens when you're an LPL caster and work remotely. So hopefully you're not just talking to no one right now, but if you are, it's even funnier. It's even better. And I want the people to be left wanting.
Oh, okay, cool. Chat says you're back. Welcome back. And we're going to jump straight into draft. It was perfect timing to make this whole thing work. RNG getting themselves onto the blue, NIP on the red. Now, to give you actually a little bit of context, this matchup means a lot more for NIP, well, a lot less for NIP than it does for RA, even though RA aren't playing. If NIP 2-0 RNG, there is still a chance that the 5-9 RA can make it to playoffs. 7-9 might just be enough because RA play RNG later on this week. So there is a 4-game difference swing potential available for RA that could end up bringing them from a -8 to a -2 effectively, or sorry, -4, but that will bring our RNG down themselves. So a lot of mixing and matching, a lot of moving around in terms of the pieces. So if you're an RA fan, if you're RA in general, you're very much looking at this second game for a big shift.
Yeah, funnily enough, coming into this game, we see RNG, despite changing sides, keeping with very similar bans. They swapped out the Elise ban for the Vi, seeing how much work Shadow was able to get done with that in the first game. So with that being left open, if they opted into the Jace here, I'd be pretty surprised because that would signal that you want that Elise, right? You want that AP jungler to go alongside it, but it would leave it open for Shadow to take it away. So it would kind of signal to me that maybe RNG would have, you know, a card up their sleeves, Ashin, as they say. Not very comfortable if you've ever actually put a card up your sleeve.
I mean, it
can't lead you to winning games.
Sure, a regular card is like whatever. You just kind of forget it's there, right?
I guess it depends on,
Have you ever had a card up your sleeve? Answer me this now. Have you ever had a card up your sleeve?
They did it. They took away the Elise. They took away the Elise. They got the Tristana in there for Dream. And now we have to see what was RNG thinking when they're like, hey, we're fine giving away this pink because, you know, we have an AD mid laner. We probably want an AP jungler. The Gragas
is that a card?
Open.
And is it up their sleeve? I need to know. I'm sorry. This is going way too far into a territory I did not anticipate. But yeah, I mean, look, the Tristana's been honestly an incredible pick coming into the meta, and people like Yukala specifically is kind of coming to my mind as like very heavily prioritizing this into almost all mid lane matchups. And to be perfectly honest, it could still be a Jace in the mid lane. You know, can be a bit of a flex. Actually, the Gragas and the Jace are a great flex because you get to see kind of what's on the board and then decide what you want to go for. With the Elise locked in, with the Aphelios locked in alongside that Gragas and the Jace, you are going to look a bit more in terms of where NIP want to go and how they want to try and kind of, you know, bring this composition around. Because the thing they're missing a little bit at the moment is that kind of hard engage that they had in the first game.
So yeah, still some options there. Maybe not as many with you already banning out things like the Scion. Of course, we do still have the Cassante, so I wonder if RNG would be a team that would opt into taking away something like that. And as NIP, you know, you could be the one looking for that on 4. You can already see them kind of signaling if they want to look for this kind of pseudo all-in dive composition with the fact that they're taking away the Renata.
Yeah, taking away the Renata, I do like the response here from RNG and saying, look, Joe, you're not going to get the engage or the easy engage from the Rakan, especially with the extra buffs that the Xayah does give to them. So RNG happy to take that one off the board. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of a, I was going to say actually say a Nautilus ban, but the Leona kind of fits in that same wheelhouse as well. So NIP, they will get themselves the first pick after this. And Nautilus wouldn't be too bad of a pick, to be perfectly honest. Point and click CC, get that hook dredge line to try and separate the team out. And also a bit of a front line available to this Tristana and Xayah as well.
Yeah, they could go that way, but RNG reading that one well, because maybe they were angling for going for support with the fact that not only do they have like Cassante, but Renekton's left open, which we know that can pair very well with the Elise as well. And, you know, even though it's not, I guess, as easy of engage, still having point and click CC. And, ooh, I would love this. Please. We've already seen this within the past week to very good results. But it looks like NIP, they might just go with the stock and standard that we predicted, lock in the Cassante, have the engage, run into them, be able to find your fights, but not have as many laps. And what are we here for, Sheen? What are we here for?
Just to suffer. Not going to be having the best time of our lives, unfortunately, but thinking about going back towards that Wukong, we have seen a little bit of a flex for the Wukong. I think a couple of regions, I can't remember what team it was, took it to the top lane instead. So, but that was with the Vi. They kind of took the Vi into the jungle and then put the Wukong top. I can't remember who it was. It was definitely in a major region. It might have been LEC. I'm not quite sure, but RNG happy to go with the... Okay, they're going to go with the Heimerdinger now. So, bit of a curious one in my books. As Ming definitely feel like one of those champions or one of those players. I feel like when he feels a lot more impactful when he is on something that has that, you know, kind of hard engage. But opting in for something a little bit more nuanced and lane controlling and also objective controlling as well. And maybe NIP have a little bit of a response to that as well. A bit of sustain coming out here. And the Soraka is a bit of a silent carry in herself as well, because just you don't really notice the amount of healing and sustain she can give to things like the Tristana and the Xayah, especially with that big ultimate.
Yeah, and now, again, I like it coming in for NIP. I mean, just being very interesting with their drafts in these two games, but still keeping it, I think, pretty straightforward. I mean, the team fight's going to be there. They're going to have the engage. The sustain coming out from the Strock. It's going to make them incredibly hard to be able to burst out. They have the Elise to try to enable them in the early game and this kind of mid-jungle snowball mechanism to get them off the ground running, to where when you look at the side of RNG, does look like it's going to be Breathe, the one piloting the Jace. We have the Gragas in the mid lane. It's going to be more about neutralizing what's able to come out in mid, which is pretty good when you're going up against such an aggressive combo where, I mean, Tristan and Elise really can just find kills against anyone. Gragas with like the body slam being able to either get away or CC them then walk out. The explosive cast, definitely having options open. And then all the eggs, as we said, still going to be in that Gala basket for later on.
Yeah, gonna be looking at Gala and on something like the Aphelios. He's very prolific on get that Gale Force in, become a little bit more of a kind of an advancing forward threat as an AD carry. He does love his champions that like to get into the thick of things. Of course, you think of things like the Kai'Sa, the Zeri, and the Aphelios. They all kind of fall into a similar enough vein of wanting to get up and close into your face if you can have those big impacts now. But now for RNG, they got to survive this little bit of an early game. I think this Elise Tristana is going to be exceptionally powerful. It's all about how they want to try and kind of, you know, move around this Tristana, because you give her a couple of minutes on it, not a couple of minutes, a couple of seconds on a turret in the top lane or in the side lane, it is going to go away. That, you know, you get so much power with that Kraken Slayer into the Navori Quick Blades that you're just going to be able to burn down towers so quickly.
Yeah, we got to see something from RNG, because I'm not having a ton of confidence coming into this game. Maybe Breathe will be able to put up a better performance this time around. Has played the Jace twice so far this split. Both of them were losses, though. So, and after game one's performance, again, really need to see more from the top lane. Had great team fights. We saw some good needleworks, but constantly getting picked off in sides. And that's going to be even more of a threat this time around. Cassante and Elise, so much CC between them to be able to take you down.
We'll see what they want to go for. Going to be a pretty easy setup for the moment to kind of see that both junglers happy to start on the Raptors, move forward from there. They are on Vision as well. They don't know that they're on Vision, but they have a pretty decent idea of where things are going to be going. And Breathe, I think another carry in this side lane up against Invincible. And Invincible's kind of happy with this, you know? Like, this is why you pick the tank matchups. It's why you're happy to kind of take the Cassante, because not only do you have your own little bit of kill pressure should Breathe overextend looking for trades, but you've got that priority to be able to say, look, I can soak up as much as you can possibly throw at me as long as I play this correctly.
Yeah, he'll be able to do his job. And honestly, even if he goes down, right, when you're Cassante, it doesn't even really mean too much, because you'll still be able to have a useful job later on as the game prolongs. But looking at the early game specifically, we've kind of hit on, this is for NIP what we want to see, kind of similar to last game where we said this about mid-jungle. I feel like it's a bit different this time, where last time was a lot about, you know, Ahri getting out of lane and linking up with Vi. This time, it's about Shadow kind of hovering around mid. You can see if you can find any opportunities on Angel. We said the Gragas can be a bit harder to be able to just pin down and burst out completely, but even giving him vision, making sure he's safe so he can constantly bombard those turrets in mid lane, get plates, and get to a point where he is just a massive threat that RNG can't deal with.
The junglers find themselves in that top lane as they want to try and make an impact here. It's going to be a 2v2 at level 2 for the top laners. Is no knockback there available for Invincible. Just get a bit of a grasp proc, but now he's taking a hell of a lot of damage flash for flash. And a knockback means that Breathe will win that trade. And look, to be honest with you, it was definitely more Shadow looking to cover than it was looking for him to gain anything else out of it.
I think Shadow actually was the one who proactively wanted to find the gank. Wei, I think, was reading it well, but with both top laners having to burn flash, we're going to see if Wei now can take advantage of this. Breed stacking a wave, but even then, Again, it still is Cassante, can be in a bit of an annoyance to go for any sort of dive. Having that CC come out with his third Q, keeping a turret a little bit longer than you would otherwise hope to be.
And we're going to see this kind of pretty much throughout the first few levels. It's kind of how things go right now. Actually, interesting enough as well, you see Gala taking a lot of respect from the fact that there's an Elise in this game and kind of comboed up with something like the Soraka and the Xayah, because you go in for the Doran's Blade. Normally we do see the Aphelios kind of going very much into the Cole looking, or even just straight up a longsword, just because they want to just farm. They're happy to get up to that first item, but knows that if he gets caught, he is going to be dead. So he needs that extra little bit of HP, and maybe could change things around.
I mean, hell, he might get cut out right now as Shadow, being very proactive, knowing what his role is in the squad once again. Chua chunked pretty low, but I don't think it should mean too much. Now we're going to see Shadow should at the very least get some summoners here.
He should definitely get something here. There's the flash coming out, and immediately the heal has to come in as well. They will pop down a little bit of extra harassment here. Shadow taking very low. One more auto attack from either RNG Ming or Gala would have done it, but they knew there was Soraka. They knew she had a heal. They knew it wasn't risking a flash from the Heimerdinger to finish that one off.
So we're kind of in the same place that we were last game, where NIP and Shadow trying to be the proactive ones, trying to find aggressive kills. RNG more happy to just play off of finding CS advantages. You can see Wei now, at the very least, might even get a steal here from the fact that he saw the Elise get chunked out in that bot side and try and start building this gold lead just from having these CS leads, right? We can see it's starting to mount. It's going to mount in jungle. It's already there in top lane. It's starting to be there in bot lane. Plates are going down in favor of RNG. It's just about being able to go for that transition in mid game much smoother this time around. Make sure Gala specifically doesn't get caught out. Try and play off some of that poke from Breathe. And yeah, I mean, you have the burst, you have the damage, you have a bit more CC under your belt with the fact that you have Angel and Adragus, so I think RNG should at least be in for a bit of a better time if Shadow can't start connecting with finding more than summoners and actually turning these into kills.
So it's all about get the summoners. First you get the summoners, then you get the regank, then you get the money. That's how it works. Can't remember what that's from. Is that from The Godfather? It was The Goodfellas.
I lean towards Godfather just because I've watched Goodfellas, not recently, but like within the past 6 months, kind of recently.
It's pretty recently.
But yeah, but you know what I mean?
It's like a 40-year-old movie.
It's a great movie though, right?
Oh, it's an incredible movie.
Phenomenal film. But not like in the last, like, let's say 2 weeks where I'd be quoting it off the
you could be
top.
like verbatim. Yeah, I gotcha. Oh, I think I see it from chat. They're saying it's Scarface. I'm completely wrong. It's another kind of that style of movie. God, so many of those great movies.
Oh yeah, big fan of the gangster mafia movies.
Yeah, they're awesome. There's so many great like kind of actors from that as well, you know.
And of course, all
great starts.
The Italian, Italian mafia and American ones are goated, but also big fan of like obviously Peaky Blinders is a series, but like the UK ones that we've started to get like the Isles, right? You have what's that other one with Tom Hardy, Legend, where he plays like both of the main characters. He plays the main gangster and the main gangster's brother.
Oh my God, I know exactly. It's the one where he goes like, I came for a proper shootout. That one? Is that what you're talking about?
And like the movie is
exactly what you're talking about.
It's called Legend, right? I think it's called Legend. I could be totally wrong.
I know exactly
right
what you're talking about. He just plays such a great British gangster. He plays it in the... Go on,
the movie itself, like solid, not amazing, but his performance in the movie, 10 of 10.
Oh yeah, like I mean, you're always gonna get that. Like, have you watched Peaky Blinders?
Yeah.
Yeah, like again, he's incredible in that as well. Like it's
Venom,
that level of
very much the
it's
same.
Just so good. Yeah.
Not like a phenomenal film or films, but Tom Hardy in them, great actor.
Yeah, I mean that's it. Like an actor can be the difference, Like an actor can legitimately be the difference between like a solid 4 out of 10 turning into, you know what, I'll give it a 6, 6.5.
Exactly.
It is a real big difference,
So let's kind of tangent that into the game a little bit and say, so which player, which okay,
nice
he gets away. which player on either side is going to make this like a potential 4 out of 10 from their team to like a solid 7.5 out of 10?
I thought you were going to say he was going to be the Tom Hardy, but looks like Wade's looking to try and make this one a little bit better for himself and his team. You are going to see the first blood going over. Wade taking the tower, though, means that he is going to fall straight away after. They do get traded a 1-for-1. They don't get Photic. Photic still has flash. Angel coming in, doesn't have the explosive cast. And the minion wave isn't in an ideal situation right now. The Elise is on Rift Herald, so there's not really an opportunity right now for Photic to get any kind of resources thrown back onto him. It looks like he might just be going down fairly swiftly. He does have red buff, so you need to be a bit more careful of how you kind of want to approach this one here. We should see a little bit of a move there. No way for him to kind of react to that one there. Was waiting for the Gragas, got caught by Ming, and that's a 2-for-1 trade in bot lane.
Nice CC chain, making sure that he really has no options to get away. They guarantee another plate off of it, so kind of making up for the fact that they're losing out the Herald on top side. But at least this time around, they are starting to accelerate one of their carries, because that's something we didn't see in the last game. Really, again, in game 1, they were just trying to play only off of CS advantages. Nice to see RNG taking a more proactive step forward in game 2.
Much better start to the game here for RNG. They actually got about 1,000 gold lead. It's kind of equaling out in a 20 CS lead in bot side there for Gala, alongside those 2 kills. So nicely done there by the RNG bot lane for the moment. It's kind of to be expected. You are a Heimerdinger lane, so priority just naturally tends to be yours. But with NIP getting the 2 neutral objectives for the moment, it is kind of power now versus power later, and looks like NIP want to build that power now.
They're going to drop that Herald in mid, doing a nice job. Should at least guarantee the charge and get some money onto Dream, who hasn't been able to get as much work done as he's wanted on this turret. Angel, I mean, post 6, right, you start posing some threat on Tristana, especially if she plays so far up under a turret. You know, body slam, cast, she's now in no man's land, and then it would be able to come through. So I like 4NIP now starting to put more resources back into their mid lane.
We'll wait. I realized I had to say something there, otherwise you might have thought you might. Well, you might have thought something had gone wrong.
We're gonna wait.
You know. Say something? No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay,
we're being a bit odd today. We're being a bit weird today.
Take the wheel. Bring us forward.
Jesus, take the wheel. That's where we're going with this one right now. Feels like we're just letting our intrusive thoughts come out and win.
I'll build it. I'll set the
stakes.
What are you building? Here we go. NIP on the map. Lego? Dream walking forward aggressively. Look at him staring down menacingly towards Angel. The minions, they're coming at him. They're getting out one by one. But look at Dwa and Shadow making their way down. They want to get some action going. They're clearing out Vision. They're setting up Photic to be able to clear more minion waves. And RNG, they just don't even know what's coming.
My God. That was great. I enjoyed that. Does look like it's enough gold for Photic to get himself his Gale Force, or actually no, Gale Force makes more sense. I was going to say maybe go Kraken, but I think Gale Force in this particular instance definitely makes a little bit more sense. There it is. Actually, Bloodthirst are going to be the rush here for Gala. 20 seconds till Dragon spawns, and first went over to NIP, so they're happy to kind of let this reset come in from all of their carries. They're not really bothered by the set space of the game at the moment. They're happy to let their 80 carries just get their items. You know, still waiting on what looks like an Immortal Shield Bow for Dream. Very odd to see that one there. Normally it is kind of exclusively the Kraken Slayer, especially for the mid lane Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, wanting to have that sustain, I guess you are going up against a Jace, which is going to, be a bit annoying once we get into these mid-game scenarios, but not quite yet. Oh, Photic going to take some damage, but this is one of the powers of the Soraka. But we need to see who can find the engage.
Oh, stolen! Straight away, there's the Moonlight Vigil coming out to pepper down some damage, but like you mentioned, a little bit of that damage just kind of gets mitigated straight away, and that's a way just kind of straight up being... I don't even think he was outsmited. I think he just got caught by the Q.
And then Dream able to use his ulti to make sure that they aren't able to find a re-engage and aren't able to get anything off the fact that they have position to be able to turn invincible. He's just gone.
My God, didn't get an opportunity to do anything. Breed saw something and just said, yep, that's what we're doing now. Took the solo bolo.
Good to see again. We hit on game one. Breathe was not having the best of times, consistently getting punished in the side lane. So now him able to find a solo kill on Invincible, who, I mean, has been the mainstay for NIP and has honestly done. Ooh, Dream.
Nice flash.
That was a little bit of a delayed reaction from Angel, in my opinion, like in terms of like when the flash came out and the cast to follow up. But yeah, you got a summoner. What happened here? So
yeah, it looks like he just gets caught out straight up.
Yeah, connects some of the damage on the hammer form of the Q once he goes in, tries to run him back down, and now just getting kited out so beautifully. Breathe able to use the flash to follow up, and yeah, a lot of it coming down to even just the pre-trading before we came to that replay, right? Invincible sitting on half HP, and now Shadow wanting to try to impact the top lane matchup for his side, but Wei's here.
Wei is here now. Breathe gonna go the all out to get the knockback into the cocoon as they're gonna put down a TP as well. Invincible, I'm not sure how he ended up over that side of the map, but a nice double knockback stops Shadow from being aggressed upon. The TP is there to make sure that the top laner does not die on RNG, but now you've left Dream, and I talked about it earlier there, Lyric. Actually, Dream not going towards the Immortal Shield Bow at all, just had the Vampire Scepter for sustain, is going towards that Kraken Slayer and takes down the first turret of the game.
And now he's going to start hovering down towards bot. Maybe get Scuttle Crab. There's a lot of vision here for RNG, so their bot lane is pretty safe from ganks. I mean, look at this. 3 wards across just the whole bottom half of River. But still getting some extra vision for themselves. Getting more gold onto Dream is always going to be nice. And now we're looking at next 10 seconds. Herald is going to be back up. RNG been the team now with pressure on top side, so you would think you would lean into them wanting to play for that. But for NIP, you have pressure mid. You have this Tristana who's quite massive right now. So Sheen, we might even end up with a 3v3 towards top.
Absolutely. With all the summoners no longer available, you're looking at flashes kind of no longer there for any of the top 3 on either side. So we'll see what they want to go for. That is a 3-level difference, I will say, between Shadow and Angel, and you can feel it in those barrels kind of coming in. Gala making his first rotation over, has the Bloodthirster. I do think that you're going to be a little bit late to this party, but kind of delay it off a little bit here on the side of RNG.
Yeah, please. Because I was wrong. I was a dirty liar. We don't get a 3v3. We get a huge 5v5. We're on the cusp. It's right here. Don't recall.
Nah, you jinxed
don't
it. You jinxed it.
dare recall.
You jinxed it.
You didn't recall.
Talked about
He's still
action.
here. He's still here.
Yeah. I am still here.
No, I said Dream was still here. I was
Oh,
again.
I thought you said, are you still here? And I was just like, I haven't left. I even checked to see if I was muted. Because I do that a lot. Because I sneeze. Because allergies. Nature wants to kill me.
You know, my mic, I don't have a mute function. So I never sneeze or cough. I just accept and just talk for hours.
Just, you know, it's like people who are lactose intolerant. Just tolerate it. Like, what's wrong? Like, just get over yourself and tolerate it.
That's what I do. That's what we do when we're out here in the trenches.
The beauty of we're revealing the mask. You know, do not pay heed to the man behind the curtain. But again, kind of happy to take that. I kind of like that move, to be honest with you, from NIP. They weren't really in position to kind of go for it. Really don't want to be going into a fight like that without the flashes of Dream, Invincible, and Shadow. So knowing that they have a little bit of a harder time kind of making a fight work. And speaking of Dream, he's going to have to walk himself away. Photic has now been caught out by Angel, who has an explosive cast. No flash just yet, but the wish comes out from far range, means that Angel's in a hell of a lot of trouble. And that's the power of the Soraka. You don't really notice her until she's 100% bringing back the fight from a heal from across the map.
Yeah, she's always going to be such a nuisance for the side of RNG to deal with. Again, when RNG are pretty heavily indexed into like a lot of burst damage coming through, Gala only going to be the consistent source of DPS, but still even a large source of Gala's damage in teamfights, right? Is like the Moonlight Vigil going out and being able to get the largest chunk off onto people. We're going to see them now use the Rift Herald in mid. Might be able to break this one down, but at the very least, it'll definitely give them pressure towards this dragon, where they already have pre-existing vision set up. So this might be hard for NIP to contest. And with NIP sitting on 2 Drakes, they might not even opt into it.
I mean, they don't have to. Like you mentioned, 2 Drakes. Get some priority up that top side. And they will lose the tower. And the tower will be TP2, but you may be losing more than just a tower here as Angel Has got the explosive cast, and plenty of people here really love that flash coming in from Shadow just to secure absolutely everything. Dream picks that one up, and again, Shadow coming out big here for NIP.
Going to be able to make sure that they not only find a kill, but also get a turret off the back of it. RNG respond in bot lane. So not the end of the world again. They're still a team that's actually up in goal. Just from what they've been able to do in terms of this time around Gala and his huge CS lead, but...
Lyric?
Yeah?
Why don't you be quiet for a second? We're going to have a replay, so you can talk during this, but I'll bring it back once in a second because it's something I want to draw attention to in the items.
Wait,
Good kill
you told me to be quiet. You told me to be
It
quiet.
was, but then I needed you to look at the items. Now you got to be quiet, because that's a Warmog's first on Joe.
Yeah, that is a Warmog's first.
What do you think about that?
First? You know, 1100,
No, Breed.
Oh.
He gets himself knocked back, goes all out, flash from Invincible, and a wish, and a dream. And that is NIP picking himself another kill on that side lane. This is the power of the Tristana. And the Warmogs means the Joe is going to have himself more health and more regen to be able to make sure he can continue healing people up.
Yeah, needs to be at that 1100 number to be able to be getting that passive coming online, but Way now trying to run them down, so I don't care about the Soraka because look at Shadow's health bar. Actually, I do care about the Soraka because Shadow's health bar is back and Invincible.
Exactly, and Invincible's back as well after the TP. Ming does get the bomb on top of his head, doesn't get knocked back there. If Invincible does catch him out there, but that's a lot of summoners now worked out of RNG's favor, and that's a turret as well. And again, similar to game number one, Lyric, we are seeing more and more proactive play coming out from NIP. This time around, though, it does look like RNG are willing to go for a bit of a side lane trade, but it's answered again straight away by Dream, kind of just getting that TP, and this is looking fantastic for NIP. They're bringing this game in their favor, and they're getting themselves into the, the more proactive positions.
They are. They've been consistently being the aggressors up against RNG, and now, we're going to see potentially getting caught out this time. RNG were the ones in game one who, every time, walking the river, walking enemy jungle, typically by themselves, and NIP were finding a lot of leeway in that way to be able to get ahead. But I want you to look at Breed's items, because Breed actually going to go with the Gore Drinker, which is something something we've seen on Jace. I'm going to give you a bit more of that sustainability once we get into the thick of things with these close range fights. But also, I think more importantly, having the Mirror Mana completely stacked up, going to be putting out some pretty nice damage.
Oh, they've caught out Way. He is going to be going down straight away. RNG getting caught out again and again. And look, the damage they tried to put down in the Shadow, it doesn't work. It doesn't make a difference. And Shro was just able to keep everyone so healthy, so toughed up.
And you said it, there actually are stakes in this game, because if NIP win this one, RA's hopes of playoffs are surprisingly still alive. A team not even on the Rift right now. Not even on the Rift today. NIP, though, we saw this in game one, and it didn't work out for them. They almost ended up giving RNG, a favorable fight had it not been for a straight charm. They're going to look for it once again.
He was trying to find him, but Breed has already caught himself on some vision. They do get some damage on the Photic, who goes up into the feathers flying. You can see their Dream putting out some decent sustain. They get the Baron secured, and everyone starts to run themselves away. RNG, they didn't really know what they wanted to go for right there. Flash for flash. Angel can't find that one. Breed looking for Shadow, who will secure it, but it's a 1 for the Baron. RNG were so split, they kind of wanted to go for everything.
And it just looks like, again, RNG not showing up the way that we expected them to this split, kind of rearing their heads. That leadership, that veterancy coming out from the mid lane, which against Angel is a bit of a veteran at this point, but Xiaohu was the captain of this squad. It's one of the reasons why they've looked so lost ever since. It's not just about the quality of player. It's about how you bring the pieces together, and that's something they haven't been able to do. As for NIP, they have really nice coming out from Joa to make sure the Wukong gets locked up, and then having the damage to be able to follow through.
Now Baron available here for NIP, and with the 80 carries, they'll take down turrets fairly quickly. They got to be careful of an engage coming out here from Way. And of course, Breed and Angel on this bottom side to try and secure this dragon. Again, it's only a second ocean here for NIP. It will be Soul, or sorry, for RNG, it will be Soul for NIP. but they can pick and choose whether or not they want to kind of go for this right now, and the wave clear's not really there. NIP could just forget about this if they don't really want to go for it, but they're looking to fight.
They are. We need to keep our eyes. Gala has no flash, but neither does Botic. So both 80 carries not vulnerable. Botic also doesn't.
Shadow does flash in, doesn't get the steal off there. It looks like Invincible's going to be taken out straight away after this fight. Wade's clone does plenty of disengage. The Moonlight Vigil lands onto Shadow. Everyone just kind of backs themselves away. Dragon and a kill. I feel like NIP, they had minions in mid lane. They didn't need to go for that.
No, I'm surprised that they did. But still, going to be able to keep up pressure in mid with the fact that Photic has first turn to that. They're going to push in this wave. And some members of RNG might be in a bit of trouble.
Oh, Breed's been caught out. Doesn't get hit by the cocoon. Shadow goes into stasis as immediately Dream flashes forward, knowing he gets the reset there from getting the Buster Bomb down. Ooh! But enough damage comes out from Breed to make sure he trades it back 1-for-1. That is not ideal for NIP.
No, definitely RNG still being able to find the morsels that are keeping them in the game. This little crumbs machine that, you know, everyone loves to. Actually, people don't really love crumbs. What am I saying? What's going on?
Well, no, hang on. No, there is like, what kind of crumbs? You know what I mean? Like, is it chocolate cake crumbs? Because I like chocolate cake crumbs. You know, like the edge of the tin of brownies. You know, like that. That's very kind of like hard and crummy, but it's nice. You know,
maybe
even
it's
though
like those
crummy
crumbs
is a bad word.
that you can't ignore, even if you want to. Like the crumbs at the bottom of a crisp bag. They're kind of there. You kind of
they're
like, okay,
nice.
you know,
Yeah.
you got to finish them, as we're gonna see here. Dream finishes them off. Shadow goes in, but that huge damage comes out from Breed at the very last second. And yeah, Joa as well, being actually the one to secure that one and make sure they're online. Oh, Wei.
I mean, Wei's in a bad spot right now. He gets caught by the hard CC of the Soraka. That's right. If you get caught at the end of the silence, you are a hard CC down, and you are not going anywhere. And NIP, they look like they're trying to get some more advantages off of this now, trying to get top lane as well.
NIP gonna at least be able to get this turret. You can see them having push in mid, so they should be able to rotate, reinforce their Tristana, and maybe even look for more off this. But looks like the wave had already gone in. Shouldn't be too much unless the pick comes out. Shadow sidesteps the cast.
Does sidestep it, but takes a hell of a lot of poke afterwards. Remember, he still has a Soraka, so he's happy to kind of be pseudo-tanking for the moment. And I will say Shadow having definitely a much more muted game on this Elise comparatively to the Vi in game number 1. We will see a reset come out for the Cassante with TP available, so happy to kind of know that he's able to get himself back in. There's the Gale Force, not going to land the Moonlight Vigil. The Gale Force for Gale Force is traded between the 80 carries.
Seeing what went down Wei. I mean, Wei just wants to find these opportunities, right? They have Ming following up. Aphelios not too far, hoping they can catch off Botic, but not going to be able to do so. Another, like, drawing this rock has been so good, making sure Wei gets locked down. It follows up with the feathers coming through, even more like time that Wei can't escape, and then the burst. Able to follow up. Shin, you were hinting at that this Saya might become a bit of a menace, and that RNG might rue the day that they let it through once again. Think of that, and I think you're right. I think the fact that it was just St. Patty's Day has given you more power. So please tell us what's next.
More power or giving me more power?
You hasn't given me anything.
Well, no, you spent a couple of days in Ireland, a couple of weeks. You know, you could pseudo claim it as your heritage because you're American. You know, they love to do that.
I mean, technically, if we're using the word heritage, it is my I think my great grandmother's from Ireland, but like I won't claim to be Irish, but you know, do come from Irish
you know what?
descent.
We respect that. We respect that. But yeah, maybe I did get some more power. The power of the Shamrocks, the St. Patrick's Day festivals. I do maintain that the American holiday of St. Patrick's Day is celebrated much bigger comparatively to Ireland. It's kind of more of a family thing here in Ireland. You don't, well, there's obviously drinking and stuff like that, but it's definitely not. A lot of people I know do not want to go out to a bar on St. Patrick's Day because it's just usually full of tourists, you know? No offense to tourists. I'm a tourist most of the time, so.
Oh, we get the flip, though. We get the flip, so we got to calm down with St. Patty's Day. Is RNG maybe celebrating with this flank?
It's going to be called out immediately. Sante flank not to be there. Wei Already using his decoy to make sure he can get himself away from that dragon. That mid lane tier 2 has gone down as well. So RNG look for a little bit of a flip, but can't take the Baron just yet. The Zaya's going to be sent to deal with the spawning dragon. And now, right here, we're seeing RNG again having issues with the shot calling. They kind of hope and pray that it's a little bit of a Hail Mary, but now they lose Soul Point. That's going to put NIP up here onto 3 dragons, and this is just going to be much easier for NIP to control this area again.
And I thought they were potentially going to try and play around like Jace poking out. You have a bit of disengage with Angel and like you kind of enable Gala, but the build that the Jace is gone, they're playing for these brawls. They're playing for these skirmishes. Trying to bring NIP in.
Angel, almost damage on him. He's dead. Shadow's in the pit. Shadow steals. And NIP and everything. The wish comes out. As you can see, Invincible trying to jump on his 80 carries. He wants Photic, but Photic goes a little bit too far forward. It ends up being a 2-for-2 trade, but the Baron to NIP and the Dragon, they get it all, Lyrics.
Some days you wake up and it's just one of those unlucky days. You stub your pinky toe at least 3 times, and that is what is happening to RNG here. Not only are they like, we're screwed, we need to go for the flip, and then someone goes down, they even end up losing the objective that they were putting it all on the line for. Man, it's rough. So that's all can be said.
That is a bruh moment if I've ever seen it. Because again, you can see what Angel wants to try to do here. He wants to try and burst out Shadow, but he just doesn't.
I mean, you can. Like, this Gragas isn't going to solo burst out anyone. It seems like, yeah, what he's trying to do is just buy time for the Baron to get done. That doesn't happen. We see the damage able to come through. The sustain control, once again, is paying dividends in spite of Photic, which runs down Gala. Does end up getting deleted in the end. But Dream, I mean, right, you have 2 huge marksmen to deal with. And, you know, have you seen the movie Soul?
Yes, fantastic movie.
Yeah, so this to me is like RNG woke up and they're the dude. I can't remember the guy's name, but just you're walking down the road, you fall into like the pothole, and then it just turns out, you know, you have to go on this huge, bad adventure from there. You know, it does work out for that guy at the end, but it's not working out for RNG.
A Disney movie has a happy end. Spoilers.
A Disney movie. Okay. Oh, wow.
We like to have fun here on this broadcast. We'll see Invincible take the tower, get a double knockback as well. Go all out onto Breed, who wants to try and keep himself alive with the Gore Drinker, but just cannot be done. Feathers being lined onto the ground. NIP are now the biggest RA fans, or RA are now the biggest NIP fans, as they are going to be keeping RA in the playoff race. And RNG, they take a little bit of a slip. This could be a massive blunder for them to try and make it to playoffs.
Yeah, they will regret this later on, but NIP going to be looking to end their season off strong with some of these wins. Running forward into the members of RNG is actually now they're running back. You should never say anything that's hints at aggression.
Yeah, never say anything definitive. You'll just be proven wrong, and then.
But I want to see a comeback. So what we're going to do now is we're going to stop casting. We're just going to cheer on RNG. Come on, Gala. You can do this. You don't have flash up, but you have Moonlight Vigil. It goes in. It doesn't connect to anyone.
I don't know if this is working, man.
Up to way.
We need Dagda, the RNG
member Cyclone
is no longer here. And NIP are just picking apart the base. They won't end the game right now, but RNG have got themselves left in tatters. And again, you've double AD carry, you've got a Soraka. There's just so little that RNG can really do. Even the poke from the Jace and the Gragas is just doing so little.
I mean, he didn't even really opt into going, you know, the more poke-centric route, right? Didn't go into like the Eclipse or lethality. Opted into this more kind of bruiser-esque. Like you're accepting that they're going to be able to get onto you, and they're going to be more kind of brawly fights coming on through, and that is what's happened. But sadly, it just doesn't look like they have the damage there. I mean, Gragas, despite, you know, going AP these days, you're not putting out a significant amount of damage. It is a lot more about the setup and kind of the zone control that you provide in a team fight, being able to separate people with your ult or provide the peel. Way as well, we've seen many times, just gets bursted out with how much damage NIP have online at this point. And NIP, despite only having, you know, the 1 tank compared to, like, I guess RNG also only have 1, but you also have like these 2 like pseudo bruisers. They have the Soraka, which we've seen time and time again how much that's getting done. Joel really has had a great game so far. Shirelli Zach is going to be up soon, so they might even just be able to run RNG down once again.
I mean, Ocean Soul is so good for a Soraka as Vincible just puts himself right in the forefront. He's taking no damage right now. He was 1v4, and everyone was just kind of looking at him as if they kind of, didn't know what to do. And now you've lost your Ignite, you've lost your flash off of Ming, you've lost so many ultimates there as well. NIP can just take this dragon for free. They don't have to force anything. They know they got this, and an Ocean Soul here for a Cassante and a Soraka is just so incredibly valuable.
And, right, let's say RNG lose this and they beat RA and they do make it to the playoffs. It won't be the first time that RNG has dropped the ball against a bottom tier team right before playoffs started, and then they managed to bring it back. So I will say it's not the end of the world, but still, the fact that we have such decorated players on this roster who now are in a 50-50 after this game. Like, seriously, just comes down to one game. If you lose it, you're potentially not in. It just, it's crazy.
It feels bad. It feels bad. And that last game is against RA. That is the last game. So
we blame Dagda. Dagda leaves. And look what happens to RNG.
I know. I tried, man. Like, I casted Gala. He got a pentakill. I tried my best, all right?
Your Irish accent isn't thick enough.
It's not. It's just not. It's just, Dagda's so soft-spoken as well, He's like a caring mother for RNG. It's just like, it's just someone a calming and ever-present voice for you to kind of always work with, but it's just not to be. We do miss you, Dagda. We hope you're having a fantastic time in the LEC. And Ox as well. We lost Ox. We lost a lot of good men. I don't know why I'm talking about it. I don't know why I'm talking about it like a war, but we did.
I'm just kidding. My Cobra Kai brothers. But hey, NIP now going for Baron once again. They're just gonna get this, aren't they? RNG just gonna run away.
I mean, Invincible gets the knockback though. Wade did hit himself away, but Angel was not so lucky. They almost get Invincible down. The wish comes out, and your dreams shall come true. Dream is looking for an angle. Gala needs to be the carry of this game. I even love that he has to go Kemp Punk Chainsword because, or excuse me, not the Kemp Punk Chainsword, the Mortal Reminder, because he knows that he needs some kind of healing reduction here, even if it's not the most efficient thing in the world. But now without Angel, without really your kind of second form of engage, you're going to lose out a lot. The feathers will fly. Botic looking for Gala, but Gala keeps himself fighting backwards, but Invincible's already on his face. And that is most of your damage already deleted from this match. It will be NIP with the 2-0. The upset shall continue, Lyric. EDG yesterday, NIP today, and RA are the biggest of NIP fans right now because they are keeping Rare Adam alive in playoffs.
Giving them a solid hope to be able to make it. NIP, their split might be done, but still having a massive impact on the standings. And I mean, again, this is one of those teams that didn't have this roster to start off the split. They made some roster changes. They kind of waited and saw how the split went. And you said it before the series, right? They are now getting the reps in for summer. Having Shadow in, figuring out whatever the dynamic is that they want to run there. I think giving Invincible more time on stage is always nice because we've seen Invincible kind of come in and out over the past few years, mainly being used as a sub. So this is really his first time as a full-time starter on the LPL stage. So then there's a lot of, I'd say, leeway that could be given to Nip because, again, remember, Nip was only really expected to be in that mid-tier kind of scrawl, not really anything above that in my mind with the roster they have still being so young. And right now they're going to be at 5 wins. If they beat WE, that'll be 6. They'll be like 1 win off from would-be playoffs. So I think doing a very good job to be able to find life towards the end of the split. And again, I think with Shadow leading the charge, maybe this is a team you can be a bit more excited about, looking towards that WE series and looking towards summer.
Yeah, I mean, IG started outside of the playoffs, and now RNG put them right back in, 7 and 8 between those two squads. Rare Adam, they're technically below LGD because of the way tiebreakers work, but they are above LGD in terms of that they have an actual chance of making playoffs. It's a very strange situation. But RA now, yeah, it's a strange one.
I think the highest chance is not actually beneficial to RA. I think it'll be beneficial to IG because IG ending at 7, having the +2 game difference is actually going to be, potentially massive for them. So yeah, IG, RA, hell, even WE, a lot of these teams that were sitting at 7 or under are just thrilled. They're sending NIP care packages. They're messaging them right now like, hey, we getting hot pot tonight, boys, whole 9 yards.
I had hot pot last week. It was great. I haven't had it in so long. There's a really nice hot pot restaurant in Ireland, and it's really good. It reminds me of when we were in Shanghai and stuff. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of a monumental loss now for RNG, and it does put them in a very precarious position. And the worst thing I think it gives for RNG is that it gives their last opponent, RA, hope. That's the biggest issue right now, is that RA have come into this kind of going, well, hang on, all of a sudden 7 might be the magic number. 7 might be the one to get it, because if we can off of RNG, if IG lose to BLG, there's still a 10th spot to be filled. We could fill that spot. It's difficult, to say the least, but it is the
bad thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
You've been a preacher of the 3 Ps, and now RA don't have that. RA are going to have a lot of pressure for what they're playing for in their last match.
The
that
church
can be good,
of 3
right?
Ps.
Pressure can create diamonds. So
that is true.
If RA can be that diamond going forward, but NIP, they came in with solid plans today. We like their draft in game 1. Game 2, you can see what they're going for as well. Add like a lot of different avenues to what it could do. The Soraka pick, I absolutely love. Joel found so much value off of it. Invincible, despite getting solo killed once, still had the impact he needed to have on a Cassante. Like, it just feels like NIP just checked all the boxes. Not really much less or much more you can say. They delivered.
Yeah, I mean, I like that you said, NIP came in with a plan. So did RNG, and everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face, because that's what it felt like today. And love the fact that Joe is getting 100% kill participation here on this Soraka, and it was the difference maker. We saw so many times where shock blasts, barrels, lots of poke was actually coming out. A lot of skirmishes were kind of happening before the big fight, and it didn't matter for the side of NIP because they were able to heal up the carries. They were able to heal up that damage. I will say Dream 7-0 and 5 doing exceptionally well in his own right on this Tristana. And NIP, they aren't in playoffs, but they've given themselves a fantastic, kind of sending off kind of setup right now, because beating RNG is always going to feel good. And they play WE next, so I think WE all of a sudden went from kind of going, great, we have a quote unquote easier last game to try and secure ourselves in the playoffs. That's no longer an easy game.
I mean, they just have the potential to affect the standings even more. I think that's a lot of the cool thing about like our bottom tier teams heading into this final week, is that they play a lot of these teams who are in that playoffs kind of battle royale. So any upsets can be huge. Hell, even looking at like our next matchup, right? AL going up against JDG. When you have a team like JDG, LGD, I'm sorry, going up against JDG, but hell, that's even more telling, because LGD have looked pretty legit in a lot of the recent series. JDG trying to play for first, can be a big difference maker. And you're not only affecting JDG, you're affecting the LNGs, the EDGs, the Weibos of the world. And again, I just expect a lot of hot pot dinners to go through it. These upsets continue to happen.
A lot of dinners to be coming in here, but
and I hope we're invited.
You know what? I know we can't go, but I hope we're invited too. It's nice to be thought about sometimes, It's nice to get that opportunity to just chat to people, or even just to have the option, I suppose. I'm like a extroverted introvert. I have a very set amount of time I like to be outside, and then I'm just like, this is great, and then it just hits a hard cutoff point, and I'm like, I would like to go home now and be back on my piece.
For Xiaohu, if any of the bottom teams do you a solid and give you guys a better shot for playoffs, and you invite them to hot pot, just my DMs are open. Out there.
Absolutely.
As we were in Shenzhen, so that means we don't have an interview today. Well, at least for this series, right? We'll have an interview for the second series. Yeah, just waiting for that. As MVPs, look, again, you've had the luck on your side. You've been the prediction king today.
I think it's Dream. Go with Dream. I think I want it to be like my heart is telling me show, but my head is telling me Dream, because it's 7-0 and 5. Kind of did a lot of the damage there, and we didn't see any incredible. It's hard to have incredible moments as the Soraka, although there was a couple of wishes that ultimates that kind of saved off some sidelines. So maybe maybe my heart is correct, but I think they're gonna go with Dream. I
feel like you're doing a nice job predicting Dream off of like what seems like the usual LPL criteria of like big damage, nice KDA, and usually it's like big flash. I mean, hell, we've had MVP screens say like one Baron steal, you know, like like the big
Took
moments
Crow
do matter
twice.
a lot. Oh wait, they actually said
We
it when
missed
we were
it.
talking.
They did say
Bring
it, but we're gonna bring it up.
surprise us.
Surprise us both because we were both shouting over each other. It's Joe! Yay! I'm so happy with that. He had the 100% kill participation. CWB, I don't even know what that means. Control Worlds. It's Control Wards bot. That's what it is. He bought, he bought 15 Control Wards. And that equaled to 2 wards per minute. I guess.
Scrambling to find anything to put on these stat screens. He had a great game. He had a great game. He had a lot of his silences especially were just like so well placed, well timed, being able to get work done. I mean, right here. Get right on top of him. Sure, the cocoon comes out to enable it as
the
well.
Hard
CC chains. The CC chains working together. Beautiful.
So good. It's so good. So good. Maybe taking some inspiration from Trimby over in the LEC, getting that Soraka pocket pick out. But of course, it is kind of all a little bit hollow for NIP. They obviously are out of playoff contention. They are just kind of playing for pride, but always good to play for pride. But now RNG, we talked about it at length. They got to do some soul searching. They have 3 days before they have to face up against RA on Thursday, and we'll see what they're able to do in their final matchup of the regular split. We're going to send this to a quick break, and when we return, we're going to move all the way to Shanghai for our second series.
Organization. Oftentimes it has just been that it's kind of pick your poison on what you let get through. They picked Draven, and they're getting poisoned now as Hansama just cutting through. In terms of overall damage, that's the knock.
Oh my gosh.
Easy combo. Jack Spectre on the backside, untouched for now. Jack Spectre desperate to get anything back, but Caps is just so beefy. Now looking for the 1v1 versus because Hansama's killed one carry. He wants to kill another. The penta for Hansama.
这样一换一，闪现 Q3 击飞秒先决，秒完之后阿迪追秀大的，阿迪不是被虚弱的，天雷进场。
我们要恭喜。
네. 아니, 이게 바이가 찍히는 그래서 한번 달려라. 이제는 이런 거 잡을 딜도 안 나오는 건가요? 그런데 달려서 베리리 그나마 메가나르라서 최대한 반격을 하긴 하는데 네, 그다음에 올리고 플레타의 비상 아니 플레타가 지금 다 포드라키 플레타가 뿌이났다 어디까지 갈 수 있어요? 어디까지? 크게 그런데 다다다다다다다다
打野位上的话，原本来这里只有一个圣烈，第二件有点久，哇，是第一件圣烈，不是第一件黑签，但是现在在边线要尝试抓手勒克又是有一个 GA 的回头刷了一个护剑化形，一波的伤害灌上，但是他还没有打，反而是反杀了算，哇，这他还要再继续 A， 这边被晕到被锤死，但是他还有 GA 在站，别看能不能救一下，而一收购了出手，他这边躲掉了，第一个冲击再冲2下，无暇重刃，这边晕到2个人，这边被绑住，还在冲上去，他带掉了3处，回头再 S 的追回来，他还在操作，哇塞，用他手上的刀应该 rest 正死前来了一波硬式的1波1换1。
So, the one minion that could, Ning misses his hook. The Shy gets engaged upon, and the Shy is dead. Keeper's verdict will separate this, but now it's turned into a little bit of a pinch. Double kill coming in for Gala, and he dances around this fight. Look at him just putting in the damage. Gala gets another kill. Quadra kill for Gala, and you know what he wants. You know what he needs. He's gonna push forward, and look for the Jack kill.
Actually completed as well, but is it enough? Konami gets picked by Tarzan, and now the cast comes to separate, and LGD are separating JDG for their life. He got Ruler Pop the Lightning Crash, and he's getting that AoE. Nobody has touched him just yet, but LP has red white. This is the moment to step up, and Ruler, he gets the kills, and huge moment from JDG.
land. Be all I could or would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots
下场对阵老狼爹之类嘛，就他们最近还是挺强的，就感觉不能轻视每个对手吧，他们也是赢下了很多强队，就还是要好好应对的。我感觉老狼爹海超，就他经历轮换之后，现在状态是越来越好吧，就感觉他现在是那种全能的选手，放心吧，不会给他们任何机会吧，早就玲珑塔他们吧。
Won't take a Drake, won't take a turret. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. It is a fantastically grey Monday morning slash, I guess, coming up to it at least. Well, it's only 11, it's still morning. I am still Just Oshin. I am joined by the ludicrous Lyric as we are coming into our second series of the day. We're going from Shenzhen to Shanghai. It is JDG coming up against LGD. LGD a force not to be reckoned with, though. I feel like they are definitely a team that can throw in a little bit of a curveball at teams, especially considering they did take down the likes of Top Esports.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen, like, even though they go 2-1, so they take a game off WE, they 2-0 Top Esports before that, they take a game off EDG, they take a game off BLG. They've been at very least taking games off of all the top teams. If, like, I guess Top Esports calling them a top team at this point might be kind of hard. They've been on a bit of a spiral, but still, they're able to take down like a very top-notch quality player, and they're able to exploit mistakes. If you misstep, LGD are a team who will punish that. JDG, though, have not been a team who've been making all too many of those. JDG are a team who finds an advantage in the early game, and they are probably the best team at snowballing an advantage. Maybe maybe not the best team. You could argue LNG, you can argue EDG. Like there's there. But when it comes to just being able to snowball and win a game as fast as possible, JDG are kings at that.
Yeah, I think it does kind of come up that you're looking at JDG and you're looking at just the pure star power of this roster. I would argue probably top 2, if not top 3, in every single role available to you. And that's kind of what it takes. We've had this kind of prevailing narrative throughout the LPL for the last few years of like, it's not just good enough to have a great top laner or a great AD carry. You have to have greats in every single position if you want to go toe-to-toe with the best. And now, JDG happy to kind of say, look, Ruler, we think you're one of the best AD carries to ever play the game, if not the best. So we're going to give you the Aphelios, something that you can just scale into that late game monster and become the carry.
Yeah, and we see LGD hovering jungle here, and I like it if they do go for a more aggressive option, because you said top 2 in every role. I feel like that's where Kanavi should be, but Kanavi, if there has been one player who I feel like has been having more often than not off games, it's definitely been him. Definitely a potential punish to. So Meteor is going to lock that one in, a bit more aggression coming out in that AD carry role. And now to see, in the jungle role, now to see where they go with AD carry. For LGD, I mean, Jinx is something we've actually been seeing make its way back. But I'm kind of surprised that just completely ignoring the prio on Zeri doesn't go through.
Does eventually kind of realize his error in his ways and says, you know what, Lyric's absolutely right. I think I should be getting this one locked in for myself for LPC. Does mean that we are going to have a little bit of a pretty standard bot lane. It's not really going to go anywhere, to be perfectly honest. You're going to see maybe an engaged support. If we get a Nautilus here for JDG, I would think differently about it. Of course, missing has looked pretty damn good, in my opinion, comparatively here. And it's interesting as well because the missing Ruler kind of combination is a difficult one to kind of quantify, because we think they've been actually looking better and better with each series. But in the most recent interview Missing did on the English broadcast, he was saying that, you know, we're probably at like 60%, maybe a 6, maybe sometimes a 7 out of 10. We're not quite there at our first thing. And I'm thinking, like, you know, this is a bot lane that I would fear. And if they're only at a 6 or 7 out of 10, how far can they go?
Yeah, it's actually crazy that it does feel like their problem's been more consistency than anything else, because we've seen the height of the level, and I feel like Missing's actually been the more consistent of the pairs, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
So, you know, no shade to Ruler, he's moving to a new country, adapting to a new language, new culture, and it's like there's a lot of stuff there where when you do have off games, I mean, the most obvious one's going to be the one against Weibo earlier on the split, but there've been a couple where, you know, he wasn't, you know, the standout carry shown he can be, and has had games like that the split. It's like, yeah, you know, there are definitely some reasons. I can see Missing thinking they're ramping up, and they will be scary once they get to that level. But LGD taking a page out of the book from NIP, the Tristana, and the Elise. It seems like LGD are aware that if JDG get a lead, JDG are just terrifying. JDG know how to run you down, so they are going to try to prevent that from happening and try and put themselves in a forward position in the early game.
And I like that LGD are kind of saying as well, look, yes, that Annie can go mid, but the Tristana does exceptionally well into it, and we'll be able to kind of control the laning phase. They're saying, look, we're not going to allow Knight to have any of these proactive picks against something like the Tristana. Get rid of the LeBlanc, maybe even get rid of the Ahri if they're feeling that kind of, you know, threat. I saw the Syndra even better, kind of, again, pointing, you know, kind of instant CC, point and click ultimate to stat check you is definitely not something you want to be having as the LGD mid laner. Hai Chao, so JDG focusing a bit more towards that top lane, but it will be LGD who get the first priority pick. So still waiting to see what the supports are going to be for either of these teams. And right now, it does JDG are have to let that one go and see what they can maybe give 369 in that top side.
Yeah, we need to remember that for JDG, they can throw that Annie down to support role. I feel like you more than often than not see it in support, especially once you have an Aphelios online, which ends up takes support for the opposite side, so they will go for the Nautilus. So now for JDG, we're going to find out where they want to go with the Annie again. I would potentially expect it to go down towards that bot lane, which maybe opens the night up for, I don't know, a lot of the aggressive options already taken off the table.
Could go Kali.
Yeah, I mean, you still have things like Ahri that are online as well. Kennen in the top lane, I think, would be pretty cool. We've really seen the power of this pick. It's one that many people have said didn't really feel like it needed the buffs that it ended up getting, and now it's just a pick that has been incredibly strong anytime we do get to see it come on the Rift. So really strong team fight coming online for JDG, and now signaling that, hey, maybe it will just be Annie going to mid lane Both Knight and Missing have only played it once, so neither one really showing too much favor for the pick so far. Ari was something that I highlighted that I would like to see, but look like we're going to get it.
No, most likely can technically still be a flex of the Gragas into support. Have not seen it at all this split, as the Rod of Ages changes does make it a bit more of a mid lane or top lane kind of pick up for most teams. And now with the Gragas lock, they've got good disengagement. We saw how that went really in that last game. Honestly, it was NIP taking the Tristana into the Gragas against RNG, and I don't think that, you know, Angel really found many opportunities. There's ways of buffering the CC of the explosive cast. You're not really able to have the range advantage. You know, once you pass level 5 or 6, you know, Tristana just outranges you and your belly bop. So without your flash, you're not really going to be making any kind of engages happen. But the Scion gets locked and loaded here. And LGD, they've got good early skirmishing, but they are looking exceptionally good for a bit of a, you know, mid to late game team fight. Great front line, good DPS coming in from the back end. If they can get one or two kind of, you know, fights going for them, 1 or 2 kills early on, and those, you know, get those resets going for the Tristana, they are in a very scary position to try and contest JDG.
It's one of those things where, once again, a team has built a comp that not only has like a solid pathway to play aggressive in the early game with the Elise Tristana, but also, like you said, good front line, good damage coming out later on. For JDG, you're wanting to see a lot done, I think, especially in some mid-game skirmishes, right? Like, once level 6s come online, you have Cyclone plus the Slicing Maelstrom. Hell, even like if you rotate bot lane up to something like Herald the Moonlight Vigil on top of that, you have a lot of ways to do a lot of damage to pretty much the whole squad of LGD, taking advantage of those earlier power spikes, and then just looking for the brawl, looking for the scrap, and hopefully finding some early advantages in these side lanes.
Yeah, that's what you're looking for. See if they're able to do it, because I think if there's anything that JDG can do, is a solid early game, to say the least. So we'll see what LGD can do to mitigate that. The Scion should be in a fairly decent spot up in that top lane. It will take a fair beating and will probably CS, but should not die, as we see some big mistakes or jungler intervention, I should say. But big moment for JDG. If they take this win, they will have sole possession of first place. They'll be equal on series with Edward Gaming, but they would be at minimum games ahead of them in the game difference, even if this is a 2-1. So a big moment for them to try and secure themselves maybe a potentially easier matchup going into that first double elimination game later on in playoffs. But this is a team that we had high expectations for coming into the split. We talked about how this was the super team alongside Top Esports. Top Esports have definitely faltered, but JDG kind of living up to those expectations, keeping their top 2, top 1 spot kind of alive and well.
Yeah, I also feel like JDG were the only like true super team, in the sense of like you had players that were all in contention for like best in their role, to where, right, you look at TS and you have like mid jungle, AD carry, you know, like highly accredited players. BLG, another team that does a bunch of top to lower tier teams. Weibo is kind of the more like historical squad of the bunch of like past players. Yeah, so it's kind of like a bunch of different variants or like different eras of what could be considered these teams, but JDG definitely being the one of like, hey, we had players who last year everyone were looking at as some of the best in their roles, and now hovering up towards top lane with 369. We said advantages in some of these side lane matchups, both top and bot. 369 having the cannon into a melee matchup is definitely going to be one of the areas where you want to focus.
You know, it's Jin Zhao kind of abusing the level 1, because let's be real, Felios isn't a champion until level 2. He just kind of has to swap between his guns, and that's pretty much it. So, I mean, that extra priority in the bot lane gonna mean pretty decent trade patterns available for the LGD bot side, should they decide to opt in and take them. This is kind of what we see from the Tristana. You just have pretty decent lane priority at all times. And the Gragas is there just to mitigate it. You want to try and pick up your tier as early as possible, because when you have that mana, you are pretty much at a point where you're never going to lose enough HP. You'll be losing out of a burst. But now Kanavi might be caught out here if they go into this mid lane. Kanavi immediately gets jumped on. They don't want to try and get away from this. They want to try and secure the kill, and Kanavi got read like a book, didn't think there was any vision, and that is just fantastically played from LGD.
Yeah, if there's a winner of the play, it is that ward being placed for LGD, allowing the play to be able to come through. Great vision from LGD, great like understanding of how they want to make that play, right? I mean, because you have to communicate like who are you going on, how and when are you going on them. They very clearly say, hey, we wait for the Wukong to come out, Cocoon, Rocket Jump, and they all in on the plan. And then even with him flashing away, not able to buy enough distance, well, you know, without the members of LGD able to follow up, for the fact we have things like Repel and hell, even Haichao just flashing forward himself. Knight did say in the pregame interview, right, that Haichao has been one of the players who he feel like have been improving, especially as LGD have been figuring out their roster over these past few splits, and you know, maybe getting to see a semblance of it here. So good that Knight's coming in with the respect that needs to be had, and now we're gonna have to actually see it pay off because Haichao's on a carry and Knight is definitely on something that is not.
Yeah, Knight's on a bit more of a facilitator. We saw in the last game that the Kasana can definitely have a bit more of an impact once they get to the 2, 3, 4 item points. We'll see what JDG can do in response. I will say for LGD, again, they're out of playoffs. Not much they can really do about that. But I gotta give credit where credit's due. It does feel like they finally are kind of creating around their carries, and their carries being, as you mentioned, Haichao kind of showing up, but also Xiaoshu. I think Xiaoshu has looked exceptional comparatively to, you know, where he started, and really kind of showing some really solid progress against some of these bigger kind of bigger top lane threats. And I'm very impressed with how he's been able to kind of move forward as a team. But ooh, Ruler just about dodges out there from that hook. Jinzhao takes a half his health bar as a bit of a trade back, as we're going to see another one come out, but the ignite from Missing secures the kill. They wanted to really hard force that on the bot side of LGD, and Ruler and Missing just hold their ground.
And this is what you need as JDG's bot lane, able to find these kills. When we said, hey, you know, you might have to worry about mid jungle for LGD, so we need to see bot and top getting ahead. Great job making sure that in the 2v3 scenario, they're still able to play well, they're still able to find kills. Because even though we said, hey, you know, there have been some off games coming out from JDG's bot lane in terms of like playing out in the 2v2, and I guess even here in the 2v3, they've been superb. Jinzhao not able to connect the hook and doing a great job playing off the back of it. Great flash by Ruler to make sure that nothing comes through, and then the damage being layered on by Missing to make sure they finish that one off.
Nice, cool, calm, and collected moment there for the JDG bot lane. Very unfortunate for Jinzhao. He just kind of missed everything, really. He flashed in, got the auto attack down to get the glacial augment, but after that, everything else kind of went to the wayside. Definitely not the ideal situation, and it does mean that Ruler is pretty safe in this bot side for the moment to keep pushing in, and knowing he is Kanavi to his left shoulder means that he is very safe, all things considered. And no level 6 though for the Wukong makes this very much prolonging getting his stun off, but the refresh on the
also it being a point and click, you know, it's if he isn't able to get it off, I feel like that is a pretty big problem. Whether you can get it off in a meaningful position, you know, that's a conversation. Yeah. But if Missing can't hit the stun, yeah, there's an issue here, Rashid.
Ruler, oh, nice sidestep there. Meteor thought he had the flash cocoon, but not going to work for Haichao. Nice buffer on the belly bop. LGD still looking to contest it. This is risky here from JDG. He'll take a hell of a lot of poke from this dragon. 2000 HP on that particular objective. Flash in, gotta see the flash cleanse from LPC to make sure he doesn't die. Dragon resets, and Missing already taken very, very low. Jinzhao looks like he might be in trouble. One more auto attack would have taken him out, but they can't go up the ramp. Haichao playing bouncer, and they're back onto the dragon. Meteor still here. There is a smite, but he's not gonna be able to get the flash or the smite down. On top of that, Meteor does end up getting himself away. Got a little bit of heal because he wasn't part of that kill onto the dragon, but it doesn't matter. 2 kills over, and this bot lane is up and running for JDG.
Jinzhao trying to save his jungler, ends up regretting it as he goes down. Meteor does too. JDG, 2 kills. They get a dragon on top of it, and these are the phenomenal early games you love to see. I just like how JDG also like knew they didn't have to give it up. Their health bars were low. Like, if you just looked at HP bars after the initial scrap we're going to see here is Knight tries to find the opportunity, but great plans deny it. Huge damage. I think he's doing attacked up by Dragon a little bit here, but look at these HP bars. Kanavi, Missing, both incredibly low. I believe Grog is half HP, so it looks dire, but realizing they can deny Haichao from joining this play with the Aphelios. Jinzhao trying to buy space for Meteor and maybe get some damage off from LPC, but again, you just end up giving 2 kills over to JD Gaming, and now with Cyclone online for Kanavi, there's only more potential Havoc waiting to be Havoc machine. I don't know what you do with Havoc.
Waiting to be Havoc. What is the definition of Havoc? Let me look that up. Because it's something that we say, but it's something that I'm not saying.
Terror.
It's widespread destruction is Havoc. That is the
Yes.
two words. Widespread destruction. It's maybe more widespread destruction.
That's what we want in this game.
I mean,
Look,
yeah.
I'm just saying, if you're out there in whatever form of chat or wherever you're watching this, you need to wish for the widespread Havoc. That's what we need. And typically that's what you get when JDG plays. JDG, I mean, things like their champion kills per minute, like their kills of 15, all that stuff ranks highest in the league by a mile.
Yeah,
they are a team who
also
again,
one of the quickest games as well.
Yeah, they again, whatever faults they have in terms of sometimes transitioning, or again, like people like Kanavi have been a bit down. We've seen some bad games from like Ruler, Knight, 365, whoever. If they find leads, they have been very good at just brute forcing these into wins and never letting their foot off the gas pedal.
No, flash in, does catch out the Gragas with a hook, but taking a while for him to go down, and right here you can see that he's just not quite falling. Finally, Meteor will take him out. They take a couple of ultimates and an ignite, but they do get the fat man. He goes off to Valhalla.
I think we deserve some credit in that one. You know, we're praising JDG, so LGD can find an opportunity.
Well, Meteor trying to be aggressive here, but Ruler's coming over here and has the ghost. That means Meteor's going to get taken out, you would imagine, very quickly after that. Ruler, with a flash available, maybe wants to try and secure this kill. Jin Zhao doesn't have a flash, but does he need to be able to do it? No, he does not. Ruler gets himself 2 more kills. That's a 4-0-1 Aphelios, and this is starting to ramp up. I'm getting vibes of JDG versus FBX, our quickest game of the split right now, Lyric.
LGD, I mean, they're just like overheating. They're just over-aggressing. What are they going for? This was great. Instead of display towards mid, you have numbers advantage. You assume they're going for Herald because they have agency on top side. You know exactly where their jungler is. But then here, wanting to follow through and try to catch out missing. And I think the initial is good, but after you miss on the hook, which no combo whatsoever, right? I guess throwing both CCs in different places to try to guarantee one, but I think just try to commit to the CC chain, because once you don't land the hook, you just have that little bit of damage coming out from the Elise, it feels like you're just backing off because you're giving JDG the opportunity to go for this. And again, missing, able to set up for an easy AoE stun once they walk in, just... Yeah, pure LGD right there. Pure old LGD. New LGD, we love that.
We love some new LGD, but definitely some old LGD to that one there, as they kind of get more and more gold being funneled very quickly here onto the house, even using the Rift Herald there. And they're saying, Ruler, you know what? You're all right. You got a pretty good eye for getting yourself some advantages, and you're pretty good when you get a lead. So we're going to keep throwing that into you. 175 gold back into him. He's going to have 2 more minions before he finishes off his cull. This is getting harder and harder for LGD. Look at the gold lead already. It's 3,500, and that's just basically in bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair though, 40 CS to the top side.
Yeah, actually, I just looked at it there. Yeah, it's 2,000 in bot lane and about 2,000 in top.
And you were highlighting, right? If you are someone who has watched LPL and you only watch top teams, fair, but LGD Xiaoshu has been an absolute gangster this split. I can't remember what the numbers are. I was looking at like the solo kills the other day, and like he's up there. He's like in the top 5 for solo kills. You know, his laning's been solid. His champion pool's been impressive. Like, you know, he plays everything meta, has a few of the niche picks that he's able to bring out. Like, I've really been impressed with Xiaoshu so far, and he looks like one of those players that's going to get picked up by a better team one day, unless LGD can build around him winning. But 369 with the Kennen pick, making this look easy. Again, it is a favorable matchup, but still.
Oh, for sure.
He's able to like drive this advantage home so well. Is what you'd expect from 369.
Observer thought there was a little bit more to that play, as TP does come back in for 369. Second dragon of the game going to be secured here by JDG, so they're well on their way to a fairly early soul. Ruler going to have a bit of honey fruit. Always eat your vegetables, kids. Keeps you nice and big and healthy, and we already see the Gale Force with a pickaxe finished up here for Ruler, so not quite at the item threshold where the FLOs will be one-shotting people, but definitely has some more kill pressure onto LPC, and that's the big thing we're going to be looking at here, is that if LPC gets caught out without a cleanse, that's where this game gets a little bit scary for JDG.
Also seeing the Rift Maker on 369 instead of the usual rocket belt,
yeah.
Which you know, not an item I usually love on him. You know, can give you more potential for like more damage, especially right in sustained fights. So things like whittling down your opponent in side lanes and like going at it in that 1v1 and getting that damage down, you can see it used. Or typically I can even understand it in team fights if you're against like a full tank / bruiser-esque composition, but would be great to see 369 get on the back line. But speaking of get on the back line, no, nothing. We're not getting on the back line.
No backlines today. Only towers being taken, only front lines. And I will say this is smart from LGD just to completely back away. There is pretty much all first item completions coming out for JDG. They are on a massive power spike in terms of where they are at in the game. But now Meteor looking to try and see if he can get to the top side. Nice moves from 369 to make sure he gets the stuns down. But Haichao is here. Xiaoshu alongside his mid laner will get themselves their first combo kill on that top side. Real successful gank as LGD. Not to be outdone just yet. They are still falling a bit behind, but they're trying to make their own plays. That's a Comet. That's a Comet Scion. Sorry, I just realized that.
Yeah. What did you expect?
Grasp of the Undying, but yeah, let's have a look at this one. It's pretty bog standard. 369 does do well to make sure that he burns as much as their time as possible, but yeah, easy peasy.
Yeah, they get it off. And like you said, they're looking to make plays. I love that Haichao even comes in at the last second to be like, hello. Gets the kill. Rocket jumps away. And yeah, now for JDG, still 4K gold up. Starting to move their bot laner on the map to get even more pressure. It's going to make their way towards the top side jungle. Maybe even start leaning up to get work done, or just set up for a pick and mid. Come on.
See what they want to go for. It's hard to get on the ruler here. That's a two-man Tibbers. LPC holds his cleanse because he knows he can skate his way over that wall. Jin Zhao is sitting on a couple of 100 HP, but flash forward into the auto attack, easy as you like.
Oh, Haichao. Haichao might end up regretting this one. Really? Is he going to end up getting spotted? Doesn't look like it. With 369 backing off to potentially go farm Krugs. Nope, just going to make his way to the brush to check some vision. Yeah, I'm curious to see if we end up getting wrapped back around a bot lane, or if 369 doesn't even end up showing.
Might not even show. Might not even show. While this is all happening, though, mid lane was left exposed. And that means Ruler gets himself some more local gold and some more pressure for him to be able to kind of continue his parade towards an Infinity Edge. 2 items being finished up this early for an Aphelios is just monstrous. Another minute and a half to the next dragon spawns. Cloud Soul available, as we can see. There's the Graviton with the Force to cleanse out. That's why LPC can't lose that to willy-nilly, because with the Gale Force up and available for Ruler, he can just make it so easy to punish off those slight overextensions.
So you said someone's becoming a monster. Kind of, you know, put me into a train of thought, because let's be real, the game so far decently one-sided. Over? No, not necessarily, but decently one-sided. How many Monsters Inc. movies are there? There's 3, right?
Monsters Inc. There's only 2.
I thought Monsters Inc. had an actual sequel, and I know there's the university one.
The Monsters University, yeah. I think there's only 2. Monsters
Inc.
Inc.
Is there no actual sequel?
No, there is no actual sequel. Monsters University being the sequel prequel.
Yeah.
For Haichao, as he flashes away after getting his explosive pulsar shot off. But yeah, there is only the prequel sequel, which came out.
That makes more sense.
That came out in 2013? That is a 10-year-old movie? What?
Yeah, it's been out. It's been out forever. That's good, because I thought that maybe I was forgetting one, and that there was a sequel and I couldn't remember it. It was really bothering me. Is missing? Just the fear of missing in Meteor's heart forces the flash. But yeah, okay. Thanks. Thanks for getting me back on the straight and narrow.
No problem, man. Do you know when Monsters Inc. came out? The first one?
Let's say 2001.
Oh, right on the money, ladies and gentlemen. 2001. That is a 22-year-old.
Man,
I saw that in cinema.
I wanted to be an animator for so long just because of Disney. So
really,
you know, yeah, oh yeah, I'm big Disney, Pixar, huge fan.
What moves you away from animation and more into like music?
Standardized learning.
You know
That's
what?
it.
I answered you. I asked a question and you answered it. That's
I
all I
did.
can really.
I'm an honest man. Let's be real.
Yeah, you are bluntly honest no matter what the situation is. This game is kind of slowly just becoming JDG favored.
No,
6,000.
I got this.
Go on.
Here we go. Foggerboard. It's there. Rift Herald slowly going down the fight.
It's dead.
Heating up like my cup of coffee. Actually, no, I'm not boiling.
I thought you were going to go
now.
very different with that. I thought you were going a very different direction.
I'm
oh my
not
God.
hysterics, and this is not the bed.
Hey, if you want to know the best piece of content ever created to all you fantastic viewers, go look up Hysterics YouTube channel and go watch it. It is incredible. It's totally safe for work. There's nothing weird. There's
a lot of weird
about it, but it's an incredible piece of content. Go watch it. It's awesome. This is not the best. I love how no matter what happens, no matter what content gets created around the LPL, be it big or small, nothing
will ever beat
compare. Nothing will ever beat it. Nothing. It's just insane.
Just like how it looks like. It looks like slowly this game goes on and on. There's even less hope for LGD to win this one. Can LPC meditate, find Zen, and channel his inner Zeri pit and get a pentakill? He's not even 2 items strong yet.
I was
Ruler
gonna
is
say
a
it's gonna be
full
hard.
item up. But they just need to buy time. Get some defensive wards down, not dying. So give up a lot of waves, give a lot of gold over to JDG, maybe lose out on a Baron, and hope JDG don't end the game.
I mean,
sound like a good plan?
It's a plan.
Hey?
I don't know if it's a good plan. You know, I suppose it's that way of saying it as well. I don't judge I don't judge a plan based on its result. So, you know, if you had the information in front of you, all information, then you would make the perfect decision. But with the information you have, you kind of need to make as best of an idea or best of a decision as you can.
Oh, that's actually a really good point, because look at the mini-map and look at how few wards, look at how deep the lanes are pushed for the side of LGD.
Not a lot of information to make a good decision off of.
They have zero. They don't know where anyone is on the map. They know they're significantly down in gold because they can press tab and see items, and they're like, what do we do? And again, right now LGD are trying their best to just buy time and stall this game, not lose too much. Oh my God, is Xiaoshu going to be a Giga Chad?
Nah, it's very hard for him to be. He'll do a fair bit of damage and get some decent healing back off that as well. So we're coming into a point now where, yes, it is a 60 CS lead or just underneath it for the Kennen, but the Scion is scaling pretty damn hard, and not really a huge amount of people who can burst him out, except if it's a long extended fight. You would imagine that Ruler will eventually get to his Lord Doms, but 369 is gonna pop it with a slightly Maelstrom. Flash has been used by 369 as he tries to run away from this one here. Hai Chao in the vicinity. They're looking to try and slow him down.
He gets away, and
Xiaoshu.
Look at mid.
Yeah, mid is ending the game. 22 minutes. You've got an Ift Herald. They can keep going off of this one here. You don't have the Tristana. 134 HP left on this Rift Herald, but it won't get anything else done. It has done its job, and they have cracked base. You gain a tier 1 in bot side, but for LGD, that is not worth.
No, not at all. And now you can see members even starting to path down towards spot, just in case he overstayed to be able to go for a pick. If not, they can go, clear some of this vision, go back, and make sure that they have their setup necessary for the Dragon. That's going to be up in 50 seconds. And, you know, we don't lie. We don't lie. But LPC has 2 items, and I believe that that's enough for LGD to do it. So I am going to lie.
So you don't believe it's enough to do it, is the actual answer of that. And that was very satisfying to see all the minions die at once. get 174 gold up straight away rather than the 14 and, you know, 21 and stuff like that. Did you know, I like to say this to everyone, Jamada introduced me, informed me of this, that minions in mid lane are worth 1 less gold until 14 minutes? Did you know that?
Mid laners out there, they have a rough life.
Scammed, man.
Strapped for
Scammed. Absolutely finessed.
Ashin, we got a Baron flip coming because they know they can't get over Dragon, and they're like, hey, we just have to
There's no
start
TP on
Look,
369. There's no TP here on the cannons. They're going to go for this. This is the Hail Mary. Do you have a receiver down in the end zone? But Haichao trying to see if he can make sure that they get away with it slow. Now it's a 5v5, and you're taking a hell of a lot of poke damage. Haichao has to bounce himself away. Look, LGD, I appreciate you had to go for something. You saw an opportunity without the teleport on the cannon, but you just don't take it that quickly. It's 3 items on the Zarya is where that really actually becomes a thing.
And now look at the base. I mean, being my minions, you can see 2 members going over to get Drake right now, but JDG even just so far ahead, having that pressure in the base, realizing we can even keep members clearing out the top side, and then maybe even try to instantly pivot, force LGD into them when they have vision control, which again, how do you play into fights when you have no vision down? You don't know what you're walking into, and the potential of the flank from 369 is so ever present as a meteor. I guess making sure they don't have any pocket of vision not played around, trying to just stick around and wait out and see if JDG were going to look for a Baron play.
Still a 6,000 gold lead, still plenty for JDG to kind of wane forward with. Dragon Soul as well. The unseen gold lead that gives you is pretty damn big. Now JDG, they've kind of just had total control, to be perfectly honest. They got a couple of kills on the ruler. That let him get up to 3 items at this 25-minute mark. It makes it so much harder for anyone of LGD to make something work with this. Now, without any vision control whatsoever, LGD are going to have to try and face check into this Baron. It isn't the fastest in the world, but it's definitely not the slowest.
No, and again, I think they'd still even be happy just to find and turn the fight. You can see there, they have the tools.
Here we go.
Don't flip it, don't flip the JDG.
They're going to go in! LGD get it, 369. Not able to finish off Jin Zhao just yet. They will lose the Elise and the Nautilus. And the Zeri, yes, get yourself the Baron, but you've lost 3 kills out of it. Meteor with the hero play, but I don't think it's going to be worth anything.
Okay, flipping it was completely fine. It was like, you know, flipping your pizza dough around to look cool and make an awesome YouTube video. JDG gonna be able to push this one. Sure, there's a tank and there's a damage dealer there, but I think JDG have the stuff to end it.
Haichao dies, Xiaoshu will as well. That's his first death of the game, but shall be a 26-minute win here for JDG. They are as comfortable as you like. LGD never really given an opportunity. It came down to a flip, which LGD won, but sometimes you need to flip more than one time to win a game. Odds were stacked against them. JDG able to pick themselves up a comfortable Game 1 victory, move themselves to 1-0 in this game.
Yeah, I know. They're trying to give us an early day. Here we thought, like, okay,
done by half 12, 1 o'clock.
It could be long, depending on like the series, the venue swaps, and all these shenanigans. But you know, at the end of the day, JDG's JDG. And again, the one thing I'll give JDG, I don't want to go into the topic of best team. Like we'll wait, we'll see how playoffs rounds out. JDG have been the best team at stomping the kind of the lower tier in LPL.
Yes, they're the best at punching down.
Yeah, exactly. They've been the ones that struggle when they face teams in the same caliber as them. But when it's come to the bottom tier teams, again, they have the fastest game time of the split. They average something ridiculous, like 5K gold leads at 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just ridiculous. And we got to see here why.
I mean, you look at the two of the 3 losses they've picked up. Actually, even the 3 losses, it's all against playoff caliber teams. It's been Weibo, EDG, then OMG. So these are all teams that you would expect in a playoff scenario that you will have a decent matchup against versus everybody else. It's like, you know, 2-0 FPX, 2-0 TT, 2-0 RA. Like, they're just like 2-0 NIP. They're just punching in on these guys and being like, you know, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? And unfortunately for a lot of these teams, the answer is nothing. You're just not able to do anything about it because they're just too stacked.
Yeah, they're just, I don't even know, man. There's not even a good enough analogy here. It's just I mean, at least no broadcast-friendly analogies with how brutal the beatings that JDG can give these lower-tier teams are. And again, LGD have been the one team that have been putting up a fight recently. They 2-0 top esports. They've taken games off of the likes of the Weibos and the BLGs of the world, but it's still not enough. Maybe one thing you want to look at is, I think getting Xiaoshu on something strong. Like, here you were on red side, and I get it. You opted into the strong mid-jungle, which I think makes a lot of sense when you're concerned about their early game. But it's like, you tried this, it didn't work, back to the drawing board. Maybe getting Xiaosu on something that not only has more agency, but at least like a counter pick as well. Since he really has been the one to impress for LGD and really has been the one, honestly, to get them out of scenarios that they shouldn't be in and give them a lot of unexpected wins. So I definitely love to see the shakeup, even if I did understand the idea of what they were going for in this game, well, coming in.
Yeah, and I mean, like, it did come down to just kind of how people, like, you look at the people who died on the side of LGD. 5 deaths for Jin Zhao, 3 deaths for Meteor, and of course 1 right at the end for Xiaoshu. But like, those are the people who are looking to be playmakers. Those are the people who are looking for hooks, for flash cocoons, and they are put in compromising positions. So I'm still happy to see that LGD didn't just let them kind of, play a standard one. They did try and find some opportunities. And unfortunately, when you're against a team as good as JDG, those opportunities are slim, and also you got to be very, very clean at kind of executing on top of them, because they are not going to come without a massive kind of, a massively slim margin for error comparatively to what, most other teams will give you. But we're going to send it to another quick break, and when we return, we might have our 4th and final game of the day. We'll have to see. See you soon.
我们会给你几张表情，然后请根据这个表情猜测是瓦鲁中的哪一位英雄。
啊？这个是吗？这个表情是英雄是吗？
这个图片是哪位英雄？
它有可能是组成的他的技能啊、武器啊，或者是他的一些特征之类的。
好。啊？这什么？
这是啥呀？
这是啥？灯泡吗？死哥，佐伊，狐狸。
小法师，妖姬吗？卡玛，
露露，
什么？这什么东西啊？
可以给到提示，他是一位中路的法师英雄。
虚空之眼，光辉女郎，小法师，佐伊。
他是一位后期的法和英雄，紫色系为主。
龙王，
就我这就完了。
塞拉斯，瑞兹吗？这个英雄今天登场了吗？
今天好像没有登场。
不知道呀，这第一题就给我难到了呀。
猫咪吗？这个第一个不是猫咪，辛德拉。
辛德拉，
没搞错吧？三个水晶球，辛德拉。
对。
啊，还真是啊。
辛德拉。
啊，辛德拉吗？
辛德拉。
辛德拉吗？
星球，一个星一个气球，星气球。龙王，巴德，
波比，飞机，
奶妈，
猫咪，发条。
金克斯。
好了。
这个不能猜不出来。
不知道。
这个气球是啥呀？
这2个是代表一个英雄的技能，分别是2个技能。
哦，就2个，哦，不是一起的是吧？这星星应该是大树掉儿子吗？
这个一看就知道呀，这个一看就是佐伊啊。
你非常的擅长。
哦，佐伊。
这个是佐伊。
你的真该。
佐伊。他是佐伊。
佐伊吗？啊，不知道。
这是什么？维克托？
可能维亚是哪路的英雄？
可以给你提示，他是一个上路英雄。
纳吗？
闪电松鼠是谁来着？纳尔不对，凯南。
这个就凯南吧，应该。
这个是凯南吧？带电的松鼠。
凯南，这个挺简单的。
是凯南。
OK， 我厉害。
你看到球的话，应该第一反应就应该是辛德拉吧，3个球。这个就是佐伊吧，飞行很明显，还有气球、气炮。凯南太简单了，有点过于轻松了。主要我都玩过这些英雄。
根据我们给出的图片，然后猜猜看图片中的人物是哪位的欧美名人。
我直接看着说就好了，是吗？
对。
我英文不好，说不出名字怎么办？
没关系，就答不出来也没关系。
好。
知识蛮缺，完全不了解。
他算明星吗？
没印象，可是感觉讲得上很高质量的人，就是有胆识，然后很多知识的人，就是有脑子的人。可是我真的不认识呀。
那个造火箭的叫什么？哎呦，想不起来了。
特斯拉的那个老板，Elon Musk。
这个是那个埃隆·马斯克。
这个我知道，但我想不起他的名字是什么。
马斯特。马斯克。
这个我知道，马斯克
是那个世界首富吗？忘记他名字了。
要不换个人吧？这个我真不知道。
马斯克。
那个叫什么来着？特斯拉。
不认识，不知道。这个人我不认识。这个是马斯克吗？
马斯克。这是谁啊？这个不认识。
全不认识的妹妹。
我看世界杯好像认识那个内马尔吧，当时很火，好像这个人。
这个看起来就是个 rapper。
这是内马尔吗？感觉好瘦啊，他有这么瘦吗？
内马尔，这个是我为数不多认识的足球。
这个我不认识，但他蛮帅的。他是梅西吗？不像啊。
这梅西吗？姆巴佩。哎，不是，内马尔。
一个足球明星，这叫啥我忘记了，等我想想。还真忘了。
哦，这个我知道，最近很火，内马尔。
哎，这个是内马尔，我知道。
内马尔，这个是年轻时候的内马尔。
哦，内马尔，不行，得放他足球照我才行。这我真的不认识，这我不看篮球。
詹姆斯。
这个一看是 NBA 的，但我不看 NBA， 不能乱说，这个我也不知道答案。
这个是 NBA 球星字母哥。
这个是字母哥吧？
对不起，不认识。他叫好狠。
这个叫什么？我知道这个人，但我不知道全称。
这是那个 NBA 的字母哥。
这个真不知道，我比较少看篮球。
我也不知道，34，这是谁？
这是那个我不会念他名，是那个现在最强的吧？就是很长一串字母的，对。这个是字母哥。
这应该是字母哥。没想到他肌肉还挺那个。
泰森吗？这个是？这个叫啥？他叫什么啊？他演电影的吗？他叫什么？
他演过《速度与激情》。
对，这个我知道，但我不知道他叫啥。
这个强生知道吗？
泰森。我也不记得。
不记得叫什么。演过那个一个猩猩在就是到处跑的一个电影，还有《速度与激情》好像。
没看过。
德维恩·庄斯，对吗？我只知道他英文名，不知道中文名。
哇哦，别改，巨石强森，这个也不认识。
这个我经常看他的电影，这个是巨石强森吧？
这个巨石强森，我也知道。
这个人肯定知道，这个是巨石强森。
这个是那个巨石强森。
哦，那个知道，强森，巨石强森。我的也是喜欢看他的摔跤以前。
下场比赛对阵老干爹战队的话，信心肯定是有的，但是他们就是很吓人吧，然后就是我们会好好准备的。 对目前常规赛的排名的话，就是谈不上满意不满意吧，就是希望可以每把都打好，然后赢下来。我想对 LPC 说，想把我们拉下水还没有这么容易。
Not satisfied with results, and it's not going to be easy to drag us down. My God, what's them's fighting words? Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are jumping into our second game of our second series, but before we talk about our MVP, it was Ruler. It had to be Ruler. He was unkillable. I think he had 100% kill participation, almost 82% participation, 6-0 and 3, and yeah, got kills, did Aphelios things.
Yeah, played around the bot lane incredibly well. We saw from very early on, even like just outplaying in like 3v2 situations. LGD trying to bring ganks down, but nice sidesteps, maximizing his positioning to be able to get, you know, great damage off and force out summoner spells. Like Ruler really did just have a terrific game, and JDG as a whole. I mean, coming in, we said, hey, you got to be looking at 369, you got to be looking at Ruler and Missing to be the ones to get ahead in these lanes, and really trying to enact that JDG game plan of getting an early lead and then just crushing the opposition. Again, wreaking havoc. We looked up the exact definition. We got it, and even when they flipped, they realized it's in air, because as long as they could force the fight off the back of that, they'd be able to finish it out clean. And yeah, that's what they did. So looking into game two, we said for LGD, maybe trying to get Xiaoshu on something that has more agency, on something that is able to do more, since he has kind of been the shining light of LGD in my mind. But even then, you're going up against 369. You're going up against the guy who's the best top laner in the LPL. You know, in conversation for best in the world, though. I'll never make those definitives, because we only get 2 internationals a year. You know, it could vary at different points. But yeah, 369 is not a guy you can take lightly.
No, definitely not someone you can write off before everything else has been said and done. We'll see what JDG can do now. LGD are going to take themselves onto the blue side. JDG on red, so see what the kind of priorities are going to be, and you can see kind of similar kind of setups coming in now with the meta kind of finally settling down here on 13.5. The Lee Sin specifically here in the LPL has become a bit of a permaban coming out for a lot of teams, and it does feel like, you know, it just feels like that pick that once it has any semblance of being meta, everyone's going to jump on that train.
Yeah, they definitely will. Kind of seeing how the bans have changed, though. Not too much difference. LGD, though, not wanting to deal with Gragas, and, you know, the Vi still being left open this time around. So for JDG, they're just going to lock that one in instantaneously, and that has been a pick we've been seeing get a lot of value. And I feel like every series that's been picked into in recent times, and going to go with the Zeri for themselves. It's been what Ruler has, I think, looked most comfortable on. Maybe that and the Varus are really where he stood out. This is one of the 2 picks he's really leaned on. So for LGD, you expected them to kind of match Engage Jungle with Engage Jungle. The Elise didn't work out. Get the Wukong, look for something more stable. And yeah, go with something that doesn't feel like it has as much urgency to try and find advantages. And, you know, that could just backfire so horribly wrong like we saw in game 1. So yeah, more stability coming out from LGD this time with their first 3 picks.
Yeah, and a little bit more kind of hard engage coming back in for Jin Zhao if he does pick in this Nautilus. Nautilus Ophelio is pretty good in those first few levels as well, so if you do end up going up against the Zeri Lulu, you have got an opportunity to make things work against the enemy teams. So taking their time to figure out if they do want to go for it. They do lock that one in, so maybe gonna go, oh, I love this. You get a little bit of hard engage, good disengage as well from the Wukong, and the Nautilus would be a nice catch-all there. We've kind of seen the Renata coming back into the fray a little bit, seen a couple of bans towards her, a couple of picks, but no, the Rakan has had much of a higher force in terms of his presence here in the LPL on 13.5, and that is still giving me plenty of engage tools while also keeping Ruler safe.
I was with you, though. I love the Renata. I feel like Renata looks like 65% win rate in the LPL for the time she's been picked. Just especially when you're going up against so much hard engage. It seems like it's one of the champions that teams like get used to not playing against, and then having to play around, you know, the W, the ulti once again. It's kind of a hard thing to acclimate to, but sadly we don't get it. Missing Rakan, though, has always been a highlight of a champion for him specifically too. You know, when you think of Missing, you usually think of like the hooks, like you think of Thresh most predominantly, but Rakan definitely not too far behind, and now going to ban out some of these more, I'd say, leaned on picks from the side of LGD. I like that this time they realized, hey, with having that Wukong, something like the LeBlanc is open. And it's something that's actually been banned against Haichao like a few times. In fact, he's only been able to bring it out once this split.
Yeah, pretty high ban percentage against Haichao. Something that kind of gives him agency. And then LeBlanc in general has had a couple of different changes, of course. There's Sigil upon a minion kill gives her 30% of the mana and the cooldown back. So definitely has a lot more priority in that lane. And Knight going back to the Syndra wasn't banned away this time around. LGD kind of forgetting about that one there. They kind of prioritized the Akali, which we did mention the last time around as well. But JDG happy to take that one into the mid lane, knowing it's a pretty safe blind, to be perfectly honest. Very few that can go against it.
Do you remember the good old days when we used to you see a Syndra and you get an Echo picked against it? I don't know if that even is still considered a counter matchup in the mid lane.
I don't think Echo goes mid anymore.
Yeah, I was going to say, right?
Jungle.
Echo mid hasn't been a thing in a long time, but those were the days. You see a Syndra on one side, instantly responded with an Echo, and yeah. I don't know. I just miss things like that, being able to come out. Back in the day, like when someone would lock in a Corki and you get like a Zed as a response as compared to, you know, like the Azir or any, you know, a Victor or any other standard control mage. But we aren't getting those. Why am I reminiscing about the good old days? Because what we're getting, though, still pretty aggressive. We get a Renekton in top. We get a Talia with the wall to be able to follow in mid. And 369 gonna show why we love him is that he can play Cannon, hard win lane one game, and then opt into an Ornn the next. So definitely keep my eye on mid lane matchup specifically and what Knight is able to do on the Syndra. Going up against the Talia, I mean, if you can land that scout of the week once you get post 6, there's so much burst potential there to be able to start finding kills and really taking over alongside Kanavi.
Absolutely. I think it's definitely a bit more of a engaging mid lane kind of jungle combination here for JDG. We'll see what they're able to kind of make out of it. The scout of the week, as you said, kind of a huge amount of potential to be able to make things happen in that early to mid game. But I will say this Talia very good at mitigating a lot of that. You throw down the ground, you're able to kind of stop everyone from dashing or getting on top of you, specifically as well as when we start to see, you know, kind of more towards that 5-6 minute mark when the supports do tend to roam. I'll be very curious to see what they're able to do. But LGD, they find themselves with their backs against the wall. JDG just kind of saying business as usual. They're not happy with the way the results have been going so far. They feel like they should be maybe even more terrifying and higher win percentage than they already are. But for the moment, it is still doing exceptionally well, and they're doing great.
You know, what's funny about that is JDG also. So even though right now they're sitting under EDG, right? EDG have one more series win, though that won't be the case after this, and JDG actually will overtake them if they win this game. Even before this, JDG came into the series just with the highest game win rate anyway. They have a 75% game win rate as compared to EDG at 70 and LNG at 71. So they are absolutely pissed that they are winning more than everybody else, because they should be winning even more than they're winning more than everybody else.
What do you mean we're not winning more than everyone? No, you are winning. What do you mean we're not winning harder than everybody else? One of those moments is the Jayo's roar. Could be our final game of the day. Could be a very early day for myself and yourself, Lyric. It's only 12 noon for us in the British and Irish Isles.
And this being my second to last cast here, I do another one on Wednesday.
I do one on Saturday.
I think
I'm with Jamada on Saturday, I think.
Yeah, I'm back with the good old Listerix Listerine duo. Cap off the split.
Yeah, that's true actually. Yeah. Well, you cap off with Hysterix. Hysterix actually caps off the split at the end of the year. He's on Sunday, I believe. I think that's the way it is. Or maybe I'm with Kitty. I can't remember who I'm with. I'm either with Jamada or Kitty on Saturday.
See, people, you think we get brought here to cast the game. We're actually here to just catch up, talk about...
yeah, it's actually just a social event. It's just like, Lyric, my bro!
So
I'm still the only one who... yeah,
you guys do pretty good.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We actually won the double Grand Slam because we won the senior one, which is like the actual one, and we won the under-20s as well. So Ireland's doing pretty good. Got a Rugby World Cup this year. Are you going to be in Europe during the Rugby World Cup? If you are, I'd love to bring you.
We'll find out. Who knows? Who knows?
Who knows where you'll be? Yeah.
A new day brings, a new thing. Is this day brought me and you reunited. Me with my Castle in the Sky sweater. Xiaoshu getting heavily traded on by 369. Fearless looks in the eyes. These guys look like absolute killers. And it's a great. What's today? to Monday.
Monday
Tough.
is Monday the 20th. I don't know if that's significant or not, but it is Monday the 20th. It's a funny move. We're actually just saying in the break that it's been a funny day of cast because it's been weird because they've not been of any major consequence, you know, all of all. These haven't been the most amazing of moments. To stop myself for the moment, 369 taking a very unfavorable trade. Xiaoshu thought about going for the flash, but knew he didn't have enough in his auto attack to kill him off. But it has felt like the team that looks like they're going to win after 15 minutes, winning after 15 minutes, and just kind of moves forward from that, you know? So it kind of feels like, it feels disingenuous to build hype off of that, you know?
Yeah, I agree. You know, we did high, so you just said it. Team that can, you know, starts winning at the 50-minute mark usually is able to take it. If LGD can keep up with this, if Xiaoshu can find these good trades, already forcing TP out for 369, I mean, that can be what gets you there. So more agency for Xiaoshu. One of the things on the overarching LGD checklist that was brought to the fold as the other thing we wanted from LGD. Honestly, that was it. That was really it. We do have more stability, I guess, in terms of the composition. Like, they have more comeback mechanisms if they fall behind. The thing, though, is when you're up against JDG overall, I don't feel like comeback mechanisms mean much. But still, if you can, you know, get Meteor 6, you have a Cyclone, you get that into like a seismic shove into the rocks on the ground. That's what I'm going to call the ability. Huge amount of damage able to come through.
I will say, having experienced a rock being flung at my head many a time in my life, it's not fun. Not a fun experience. As JDG looking to set something up on this bot side. If this waves push up just a little bit more, you can see so much happening here, but it's going to be difficult to maybe make it work. Here we go, flash for flash, 1 for 2 in that regard. Na'Vi does not flash in to secure that Q, but a 2-for-1 flash deal, you take that deal any day of the week.
Just like episode 72 of Yu-Gi-Oh, where, you know, Weevil Underwood has the trap card rearing and ready to go, but then
I'm looking up episode 7. I'm looking up episode 72 of Yu-Gi-Oh right now, and if Weevil Underwood is in it, I swear to God.
No
I swear to God.
No way. As, you know, the point is, the trap play kind of did work out, right? They were able to get LPC's summoners off it, but not able to turn into a kill. So now Meteor
with the back. No way! No way! Weevil Underwood is in it. That's insane.
Sounded about right.
Oh my God! How is he in? But that's such a random number. Why is he in there?
You know, that's also. You know, I haven't watched that recently. I want to throw that out there. Not even like not 6 months recently. It has been many years, but it's just sounded correct. As you know, Sheen, I'm gonna hone in. Me and you are both gonna hone in because Knight level 6. Knight is the type of guy you can see now already kind of abundantly using things like Zeta to find some starting damage. Brings Kanavi in, unleashed power. Will be ready to go. Well, they're going for it?
Well, they're looking for it. They're going to force the flash immediately. Oh my God, he didn't flash that Q lands. That was a kill for Knight right there, but enough to keep him alive. And this is the thing, though, JDG, they're being a bit quicker off the park. You can see there that Jin Zhao and Meteor were in the area, but about 10 seconds later than the JDG, you know, jungle support combination. So it's definitely a lot harder for them to be more impactful when they're just behind the plays.
And that was just almost an outright solo kill anyway, right? Like sure, the threat would have guaranteed it. That's meant to the flash, but I'm positive.
Here we go.
Meteor now. They're the number 6 advantage.
Smite. 600 is the mark we're looking at right now. Doesn't get it, though. Has to go in and straight away. Has to get himself back out. Ruler flashes away as he does know the high chat was coming in on top of a surfing piece of rock. Meteor keeps himself alive as the Aphelios picks up one. Maybe one more. Does he want to flash over? No. He doesn't have it. And they don't have any more vision. JDG get out with the dragon. They do lose one, though.
So despite being a numbers disadvantage to start with, Knight didn't have any mana, and Haicha was making his way from base with the Weaver's Wall. So that's why LGD felt confident that even if they couldn't necessarily get the dragon itself, that they could maybe force something off of it. So 1 kill picked up for the side of LGD. LBC gonna get a nice injection of gold under him. And now we're going to see how it all goes down because again, look at the mini-map, see making way over, Knight, no mana. So it makes it really awkward. It kind of really isn't even a 4v4 when you think about it, because Knight can only throw out these autos. I mean, Shinjao goes for the dredge line, they find one. past him, then locks down Kanavi, and then missing, looks like hoping to at least find a 1-for-1, because he's thinking, hey, I'm on the recon, I can be able to escape, though even that could have been a bit dicey if you don't have Flash to follow him, but believing that he would have been able to get out even regardless.
Definitely a little bit of a scary moment there for JDG, but they don't lose too much off of that. They get the first dragon of the game, nice and early, well before this Rift Herald. We can see the hook coming in. Jinzhao, you've done this a couple of times, and you will be punished for it once again. Just to be very careful with how he kind of, you know, works with these engages. And this is the thing with the Nautilus, is that yes, he can be exceptionally powerful. We have seen him lollipop his way to success in so many ways, but it can be a bit of a detriment as well. You've got to be so aware of where exactly you're throwing those hooks and how far ahead you're going to be putting yourself if you're AD carry.
Whoa, Sheen. You do not criticize Jinzhao. He's the only player on their side that's been to Worlds. Been to Worlds. 2016, IMA. They might not have finished too well. But I guess they were only one game behind C9 from potentially making it out of that group. But funnily enough, they actually did get 2-0 by C9, I believe, in that group.
I think
so,
so,
And then they got 2-0 by Flash Wolves or something like that. Good times, 2016 Worlds.
I know, right? I also lied. Meteor was born in 1999. I thought he was 2000, but he is also a 90s baby.
Kind of.
It's like that Star Wars meme. We allow you to sit here, but we do not give you the rank of master.
Ashid, they're not going to even allow LPC to sit here.
No, LPC will not be allowed to sit here. He doesn't even pop the ghost because he knows he is dead. 4 men strong, JDG just overload the bot lane and make sure they confirm at least some kind of a trade now that Media is getting himself the Rift Herald in top side.
Yeah, so at least going to be able to equalize it in terms of gold, be able to get 2 places down here in bot lane. The thing we're looking at is 1, where they want to use the Herald, and 2, can they kind of sync that up with a play with Haichao's Weaver's Wall? Because that now is going to be back online. So you can potentially try and find maximum value. You know, hell, maybe this time you overload bot lane, right? Bring Meteor down, bring Haichao down with Weaver's Wall, and can really get a lot out from that. Top lane might be a bit hard now with 369 having so many levels under his belt. I guess Call of the Forge God isn't up, but once that one is, the expect to play from top really shouldn't be too easy. So we're looking at mid, we're looking at bot.
I'm just looking at mid. I know you said this there, but that is a 25 CS lead in the mid lane right now, just for Knight. And the funny thing is Haichao hasn't died, but he hasn't had to die because Knight has just been able to control the tempo of how much push he's able to get. And the thing is that he's the one going a bit more damage heavy. The Merc Treads are picked up here for Haichao, so he's not going to have that same level of early game impact when he finishes off his first item. And actually went with the tier as well, which I do agree with, but it does delay those item pickups that little bit more. So JDG very happy with the way the game is going so far. 50 seconds to the next dragon spawns, and they're going to be, honestly, I think they're going to get the Zeri down in time to finish off her Cole, which could mean a Immortal Shield Bow before this fight actually happens, because he is sitting on just under 4,000 gold.
Yeah, might actually be able to get that one online and hit a pretty nice power spike. You see player go on the side, Ruler actually being at the top end of it between him and Xiaoshu, who, I mean, Xiaoshu maybe not getting like a ton invested into him as now Dominus, but has been controlling the lane. 369 bluffed him.
He bluffed him. Didn't call him out. Or rather did call him out, and Xiaoshu didn't go in on it.
369 made him think, hey, you know that gentleman's agreement of we get bored, so we're going to fight in top lane every now and then? Yeah, we'll do that.
Yeah.
Walks away.
He broke the agreement. How shameful. There is no honor for 369 in the tank matchup.
But that's what we love about 369. 369 is that, you know, he's that loose Ronin who's doing his own thing, you know, out in the villages, not following the way of the other samurais. Exactly.
Well, Shelly, or Shirley, gets dropped out. I always call her Shelly because that's just how I would view it, because she has a giant shell that she uses to bump into things. But, you know, I know the LCK have called her Shirley. That is her christened name in the LCK.
I found it. I figured it out. If this is Kenshin, you know, the anime, then 369 is the bandaged bad guy at the end. I can't remember his name, but you know, the main baddie at the end.
About, yeah.
Yeah, the evil dude who's all like burnt up and awesome.
Yes, some great Anime has some great villains, but they great concepts of villains. I feel like sometimes they get poorly written. I'll never forget how poorly One Piece did my boy Doflamingo. Love that guy, love that villain arc, and then they just went, let's put him in a toy island for stupid reasons. I was like, God damn it,
liked it.
this is silly.
It was great.
It was fine, but he could have, like, Crocodile has such a better arc. You cannot even deny that. Like the whole like taking over a country thing, like
it's the same arc. It's the same arc,
but it's
hey.
not. But they made it worse.
Oh wait.
Know?
I thought we were gonna get the same arc here. I was like, hey, we're talking about same arcs. JDG, everyone going to bot lane. I'm ready for that again. But sadly, Ashin, we just get red buff stealage on the Rift. Lots of vision though. Maybe even a cheeky Krug steal able to come through for Navi.
Possibly. And I maintain Dolphy got done dirty. I just wanted to say it like that because it sounds really fun. But already Ruler missing, making it to that first Rift Herald, which I have been informed by Chimera that it is the first Herald is Shelly and the second one is Shirley. They're two different Rift Heralds. Thank you, Chimera, for confirming that for me. As we see a hook. He landed on top of a minion and fighting this one out. He's got himself about a 25 CS lead as well. So these CS leads in mid and AD carry are not going away. As that's an interesting animation bug. Okay. Like recalling in the wall. But 2 dragons apiece, or sorry, 2 dragons to none. As Missing is going to be walking straight into Meteor, who had his Fire's Bloom going, so he knows not to go into that rush. Mortal Shield Bow picked up. Bloodthirst picked up for LPC, so he's got a shield of his own, which means he can survive a fair bit of this poke coming out from Knight. Maybe the engage from Kanavi. They are waiting for Zeri to get here, but I think it's going to be a little too late. That tower is dead.
Yeah, so nice job by LGD. Managed to get here first, using the reset timing off of Ruler to be able to guarantee to take this one. And we said for JDG, this matchup does have implications. I mean, they'll take first in the standings, and though I don't think first in and of itself means too much, being able to stay in top 2, get to the double Elam portion of the bracket is what JDG are hoping for. Right now, they're already even locked for the bracket under that. So luckily for them, even if for whatever reason this goes awry, and like LNG and EDG went out and overtake them, they won't fall too far down. But still, getting to start off with that lifeline intact, getting to watch the other teams and maybe get like cement your read on the meta, because like what you're playing in scrims, like maybe they'll see like lower tier teams in playoffs play that, it doesn't work out, and it lets them readjust. So definitely a lot of benefits to being able to wait out. I know a lot of people say, you know, there's benefit too to maybe getting the reps in on stage. Like there's a lot of players and teams who do enjoy that, but kind of it goes both ways, right? Kind of depends on the team, depends on the player. Regardless, you'll take double Elam every day of the week.
Oh, you will, but welcome to the bounce house. Xiaoshu, blink and you'll miss it. Flash into Q into ult, double ult from JDG's jungle on top. He's a Haichao as well, is in a lot of trouble. He has to pop his own stopwatch. He's still sitting on no completed items. I want to make that very clear right now. This game is only 1,000 gold ahead, not even for JDG, but it just feels like they're just in control every single lane.
It does, and it's what you would expect. It's really where their power has been. We're going to get a replay about the sweat down, but I don't really know if there's even a lot that needs to be said. Great Q flash coming out from Kanavi to knock into the call of the Forge God, and then even just cementing the ult on top of it, giving Xiaoshu no wiggle room to be able to escape that. Looking at where Xiaoshu's at now, on top of the Blade of the Rune King, straight to Dirk in pocket, only tier 1 boots. We're starting to get some tankiness out from 369 with the Frozen Heart being picked up on top of the Aegis. Still a lot of items complete across the board. Really the only big one we're missing is Haichao. Still not finishing off that mythic, and as I say it, he finally does.
Good curse, good curse. You're looking out for LGD. You're being a bro.
There's going to be a bit of power behind Celia now, heading into this dragon fight in 20 seconds. And again, LGD kind of want the fight right in front of them. You're able to throw down ult, please AoE, big Cyclone comes forward. But I guess even JDG, hypothetically, you have the call of the Forge God. So to me, it's a lot of, can JDG connect their CC? If LGD should just lose out, as Rift Herald could at least buy them space to walk into River.
A little bit of space, and also get themselves mid lane tier 1. So, well, that's been happening though. Knight's just been happy out taking this turret. Honestly, should be able to take it with his wave kind of crashing into it. So TP available for him. making it so much easier for him to kind of just push that in, reset, get a buy-in. But you don't even have to go for this fight as JDG, which they are not going to. They're completely giving up on this dragon because they're saying, cool, we're happy to let this one go. We're going to go ahead and take ourselves some gold instead, get some pressure around the map. And it is LGD kind of being torn around the map a little bit, pushed into positions they maybe don't want to be in, as Ruler is starting to stack up here on this area, going for the more team fight orientated build of the Runans rather than the double shielding of the Bloodthirster and of course the Immortal Shield Bow. But for the moment, it is still LGD keeping this game fairly close. It still does feel JDG favored, but LGD not to be discounted just yet.
No, definitely not. Again, good call. I mean, they went for Dragon Right. They had probably on top side commit Xiaoshu down, but it opened up for this great rotation from JDG to cut them off from their top side jungle and put even more pressure down up here. It's going to be able to get this one up. Will probably have to back off the Scout of the Week not landing, and they're giving time for reinforcements to come from LGD. And I like you pointed out, you know, JDG are finding even the Drake because they've already stacked up 2. They're fine going with the gold trade. They also have Ornn items coming out later on. They will have a beefier front line with that Ornn too. So I feel like JDG definitely feel like the more comfortable team with this game extending, but LGD's damage will be there. It'll just be, man, how do you know, call the Forge God, quickness, cease and desist, so many things to dodge out on. And it feels like the only way to kind of do that is Xiaoshu getting onto the back line and creating chaos to where even if all those land, maybe the carries can't follow up. But Xiaoshu, I mean, Blade of the Rune King, you can see he's going like a very damage-heavy build. Probably going to opt in to try to create more pressure on sides. If he goes under the back line, he'll just be deleted. Dead. Gone. Rinse.
I was going to jump in, but then you said it again. I was like, see how many words he's got. See how many he has available to him. But yeah, I can't really argue with that kind of point. I feel like it's definitely going to be very difficult to kind of, you know, really find a fight that favors you, especially with the fact that 369 has gone for the Frozen Heart first and now picks himself up the Jack Show, and this is one of my personal favorites. Do you know what the name of the... Oh, stop myself very quickly as they are going to see a full engage coming in here onto the bot lane of LGD. There's a TP on the backside. Jin Zhao flashes away. Meteor has finally gone down, but they've lost the recon because of it. Ruler over the wall knows the Nautilus has nowhere to go because he was trapped by his own mid laner. And LGD will lose 2 for 1. But Xiaoshu on a good flank. They know he's there, though.
I was going to say, not a great flank anymore. Maybe can get away to slice and dices through mid. We're going to see Knight trying to follow up now, but would be a pretty dangerous path. So it looks like Xiaoshu at the end should be fine. Still 2 for 1 up for JDG in the exchange. They're going to be happy with that. And it goes back to us saying, like, despite gold being even and LGD doing a decent job matching some moves, so they've gotten 2 turrets, JDG definitely felt like the ones in control of the map. You can even see that from the mini-map with the vision they've been able to get set up so aggressively.
See the replay here, and again, it's just kind of them finding an opportunity here with Mitsing, but it isn't as bad for LGD. Yes, they lose 2 for 1, but they do kind of delay it enough for everyone to get into position.
Yeah, not able to get onto Jin Zhao. And then we're going to see here, I mean, great damage coming out from LPC the whole time onto Missing to make sure that he goes down. The wall kind of limiting some of the path to get away there from LGD nice side. Yeah. Oh, Hai Chao.
Jin Zhao.
Oh, Sheen.
And Hai Chao, Scout of the Week. Knock up. He does have a hook to keep him alive and a seismic show, but they're going to come back in with 369 and TP. Jin Zhao still just about getting taken out, and they'll find Hai Chao. So last time around, it was Jin Zhao falling down. This time, Hai Chao joins them. JDG will get themselves this priority now over this Baron. This should just be it confirmed. I will say you do have the Prowler's Claw finished up for Xiaoshu, but he's nowhere near this fight. You can see already LGD, they're not really contesting it in any meaningful way.
No, the only real thing you could do here, and I think it's what they would hope to do, Missing goes down. I was going to say, just try to get the steal for Meteor. If he dies, he dies, but giving this one up.
I mean, they might look for the fight afterwards, because you use the Hell Block there. It's just to be 369 forced to use his flash to get himself over the wall. The Moonlight Vigil comes out, and JDG do lose Missing, which gave LGD a little bit of hope, but still the Baron confirmed there for JDG.
Not having confidence in going for that fight, because a lot of key ults were down. No Call of the Forge God, you know, no Cease and Desist, no Unleash Power. we're going to see here, I mean, just playing with vision. And Jin Zhao not even necessarily walking up yet. Like, he wasn't even over-aggressing all too much. He gets cut out, but I love what JDG do here. Split your CCs. You're already committing onto the Talia. You have, I believe it was Ruler finishing off the other kill to make sure that that one gets through, or maybe it was even Kanavi, but still, not over-indexing either one, but making sure that you're able to get both, and now turning onto the Drake. LGD realized they can't even contest this as a Meteor. Gonna calm down. Knight, 2 items strong. A lot of Magic Pen there as well. Would be able to outright burst speed here if he can just connect one more combo. Maybe has, you know, a couple of orbs down for a huge.
Oh, Knight. He's getting engaged upon right now, but he does have the support of his top laner. Meaning they can't fully engage in that. It's actually Haichao who hightails it out of there.
I think Haichao's pretty lucky.
Yeah.
How to scatter the weak landed? I mean, he might just be dead. Outright
straight
gone.
up. Straight up. We do have some Ornn items coming out. I was going to say a while ago, do you know what the Jack Show is, you know, kind of brought into when it gets upgraded by the Ornn? Do you know what it's called? It's pretty metal. It's pretty damn metal.
Jackhammer.
No, it's the unspoken parasite.
Oh, wow.
I know, right? It's real, like, damn.
That sounds like some, like, 1990s techie death metal band.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of death, someone's going to die here. Xiaoshu is being kept at arm's length at all times. He's going to lose his dominance in the next second or two, and yep, there it goes. Xiaoshu gets jumped on, he gets popped, and Knight says, "You cannot touch me." 3-0-1, comboing up with Kanavi, doing exceptionally well.
Oh, they're still looking to run them down. Gonna see. Nope, nothing gonna come from that, but yeah, Xiaoshu just gonna get taken down. Maybe that was his first medal show. Walked a little bit too close to the pit. Those big 7-foot guys come in as Call the Forge got knocked up.
And it does land on the Meteor, but good. Disengage from LGD means they'll only lose the tower, which, to be real, they were probably going to lose anyway. They're able to move themselves back into a little bit more of a defensive position. The Luden's Tempest gets upgraded there. Don't know if you know that one. So we're going to see Knight basically just say, like, Xiaoshu doesn't touch him at all, not once.
No, doing a nice job playing around this.
Not even with the Prowlers. Not even with the Prowlers, dude.
That scat of the week was absolutely clean coming in. Buys time for Kanavi to get in here. And then nothing he can do once the Unleashed Power comes out. Great overall pick from them. And Kanavi, he's not stopping.
He is not stopping. But he's stopping now. He's stopping.
I need to stop talking. I need to stop saying what's happening.
That's my job.
Take it away.
You're trying to take my job?
Come on.
But yes, coming back into this one, do you know what the upgraded version of Luden's Tempest is called? I'm going to assume no. Because you don't tend to learn these names.
No idea.
It's Eye of Luden. It's actually pretty basic. It's not that great. It's just the Eye of Luden. Do you know what the Immortal Shield... The Immortal Shield also, in my opinion, takes a little bit of an L in terms of the name change it gets when it gets upgraded. It gets turned into Blood Ward, which I'm just not as... Immortal Shield sounds a bit more fun, you know?
It does. It just sounds like edgy for the sake of edgy, but not edgy in like a, oh, it's pretty edgy way.
Yeah, it's like a person on the start of their edginess, you know, like they just started watching Sword Art Online and not quite sure why they like it so much.
It's like 13-year-old edgy. They've started to like wear Converse. They got like the checkered patterns going on. Everything's like red, white, and black.
Yeah,
maybe
they bought
they
their
give
first
themselves
Metallica T-shirt.
Yeah,
even though they don't really listen to Metallica because it's not really the kind of metal they grew up with.
Which again, no shade.
No
here.
shade.
No shade.
Shade.
That's how you get your start.
Yeah.
But that is still very much the beginning.
Oh yeah, you got to start off in that style before you actually kind of, you know, gain the kind of knowledge of knowing where the metal is coming from, you know. Gotta listen to some Tenacious D, realize that's a metal album for the ages, you know. Realize The Pick of Destiny is a terrible movie, but the album's alright. So many layers of being a metalhead. My dad's a huge metalhead. That's where that's where we mostly bonded as well. Our mutual appreciation of metal music. Your screamo bands.
Yeah, I'm pretty deep in the sauce, as they say.
Yeah.
And I'm right now I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for LGD
pretty
and JDG.
deep in the sauce. My God.
I'm waiting for LGD and JDG to be deep in that sauce, please.
Yeah. You want to know how deep Lyric is in the sauce? Go check out Decolorized by Barebones on YouTube. One of his newest music videos. Very cool song.
Oh.
I like it a lot. Give me that plug. I have it on I downloaded it. I have it on my my playlists.
Look at this. You know, I'm not shamelessly promoting myself. That's all I'm saying, Reddit mods. That is all I'm saying.
Go check it out. It's called Decolorized. Barebones.
Start building the stakes. We have Dragon in 10 seconds. Sold
We got
for
Baron
JDG.
now.
They don't have Baron now.
We got Baron now. They're gonna go for that. They know they can't contest with this Dragon because they haven't got any priority on that bot side, but they've already been called off and put off. Knight would have to flash over that wall, but the Baron is not going down quick enough. Shout is on a flank. Can he make it happen? He's away from this fight. There's a good hook there on Jin Zhao. He just keeps him alive. And Moonlight Vigil's pretty big. Knight has to go into stasis. Or not Knight, excuse me. It's Ruler goes into stasis to keep himself alive. Finally, the fight goes over on top of the Abelios. Haichao getting hit here by the ore. Nobody can take him down. Look at the shocker on LPC. It's a 2 for 2. LGD shall survive.
I mean, LGD, the fact that they find 2 is huge. With the deficit, they're almost at a 10k deficit. Still able to get 2, but still, JDG, they're able to return some kills. This will be Soul going over, with Ruler managing to pick this one up by himself. And I mean, hell, getting that shield, getting just a second mountain overall, 369 going to be incredibly tanky. It's going to end up doing so much. So that might have been GD's best bet. It was a good shot, but it didn't do enough.
That's the thing. Yes, they threw the Hail Mary. They kind of got the catch, but it just fumbles right at the last second because they're just too far behind. And
no, they threw the Hail Mary. They got the catch, and they realized it still wasn't enough points to win. Yeah,
yeah,
I mean,
they're
great.
still 50 points down.
Great hook, great Moonlight Vigil, and good follow-up here. I like that for JDG. They realized, hey, 369 can still keep going with this. They can find that last kill with Ruler, the true DPS who can contend with LPC being so low. They didn't want to go for it, but look at the shields now. He's gone.
My God, he is gone. But they are traded back, so not a bad situation to be in. Again, a 1-for-1 trade suits out LGD. It's denying resources and giving more time over to LGD. JDG trying to end this game as quick as they can, but then they kind of go into a bit of an elder flip. Jin Zhao keeping himself alive for the moment, but only just for the moment. Meteor spinning his way towards a better freedom, which is the gray screen. And he hasn't got anything else to do for 40 seconds. They go back to the Baron. They should be able to confirm this, and it is going to be a last final stand. I will say it's a 6-1 Abelios. He's nearly on the 4 items. He can carry, but he needs a hell of a lot from his team to be able to do.
It's one of those things where we know it's possible. If JDG funnel in the wrong way, if, you know, a certain member gets looked, it can happen. But at the same time, I think it takes Ruler getting taken out of a fight very early on. I feel like it has to be him, because Knight does a lot of damage, but again, it's very like cooldown, very burst centric. We're gonna see the extent of the burst in this replay. Didn't even need the unleashed power in the end to get that one, but with the aggressive play coming through, it opens up the decisive shove to be answered by LGD, and now Meteor just going a little bit too overzealous. They get split up by the fact that they take different paths, which allows for them to find the opening kill onto Jin Zhao. And then, I mean, both of the characters are like, hey guys, we can't do anything here. We tried to funnel in. You guys took different paths, got picked off, and we're going to go home and watch TV. That's what they did. But in watching TV, LPC watched one of those infomercials that sells really cheap but weird things at night. And he's picked up his 4th item.
JML, do you have that in the States? It's like that brand that does everything. It's like, you need this, the chop and squat or whatever the hell it is. It's like,
I don't know if it's the same name or like the exact same brand, but we have that. The do it all, clean your dishes rag that can also be prop to
changes your tires and also brings your dog for a walk, because why not? A lot for their JDG, and JDG can appreciate those items because they're getting the massive use out of it. That's a lot of damage.
So we're seeing LBC can deliver, but again, there's just more threats right now coming out from JDG. But with LGD being in their base, it means they can go, get their HP back very swiftly, and make it back out. So this is where JDG have to be a bit careful. I think playing more members down towards that bot side and trying to get this bot lane turret is a better play than committing so many to mid.
Yeah. And to agree, here we go. The Orn Horn has been sounded. The fight shall ensue. We go Flash in with Missing as he wants to find the Aphelios, the one shining light that could have maybe turned the tides. But this storm is too damn strong. These waves are too big. And JDG are just clean in that execution. They will take the 2-0 over LGD, and they will take themselves off the top spot in the regular standings.
Yeah, JDG wanting to keep their place at the top of the mountain, at very least guarantee themselves top 2, again, top 1. You never know which side of the bracket is actually going to end up being the more unfavorable one. But for JDG, I guess, hell, they're the raid boss. They're that you have them on your side. That's not where you want to be. So great performance by them, giving us a really short day, despite the fact that we played in 2 different arenas.
Yeah.
Pinpointing down to one member because it really just felt like pure domination across the board as Ruler Missing having to be like, brother, get in here, get in here.
Come on, buddy, we're a team.
And yeah, kind of funnily enough that this series doesn't change much. First series of the day having more implications, but it just to me, each day goes by, Sheen, and we get closer and closer to the end of the spring regular season of LPL. Always feels like it comes and goes by so quickly, but also so slow at the same time. So 6 more days left. Then some playoffs afterwards. JDG, they have another match against Ultra Prime that they're favored in. LGD, if you're an LGD fan, they're playing against LNG for the battle of, you know, who's the superior L organization, but not like L in a bad way.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't know a title.
Like a good L.
It's a good L. Like, it's like the Harry Potter. It's like, you're going to be in pain, but you're going to be happy about it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, kind of the results we expected from this particular series. NIP taking RNG down very comfortably, in my opinion, to be perfectly honest. Was definitely not what I expected coming in today. And it does mean that I think now, I'm not entirely sure, I'll have to triple check everything, but like, I don't know if there's a way for JDG to actually drop out of, or maybe they can't. No, I don't think there's a way to drop out of top 2. I think they're kind of secure there no matter what.
You might be right.
I think they're secure there because I think the only person who could overtake them or knock them out would be LNG, but LNG could only do it if they 2-0 the last 2 series and JDG do a 0-2, and then still JDG on the head-to-head. So I think JDG are confirmed top 2. I think they're in double elim. Pretty sure how the math works.
For JDG, it was double elim or bust coming in for this roster. Like this is definitely a roster. If you don't win the title, like you have failed spring split. I feel like they're the only team that has that expectation on them. EDG, LNG, Weibo, BLG, even top. Like definitely think if you just look at an on paper roster, like ignoring how the split went, you go, hey, pick one of these teams to win. You pick JDG. So definitely good for them. If they have secured that bye, they need it.
Could be wrong. That's not confirmed. I'm going to wait till I get confirmation on that.
They can just keep all-inning on their strengths. Again, the snowballing is phenomenal. And if they can just shore up some of the weaknesses they showed earlier on in the split, that's what they need to do, because they're not able to find the same leads that they found in games like this against teams that have the same caliber of players, right? The EDGs with the Scout and the Tarzan, the LNGs with the Scout and the Tarzans, the EDGs, the Fofos, the Alas, the Makos, hell, even like BLGs, Weibos, like these teams that have these calibers of players, you got to have some other route than like, we can lane very well, and Kanavi, again, most of the time can path pretty efficiently, find these leads, and then run you over. So that gear is perfect. It just needs, it needs like the next step in the evolution.
Ooh. Yeah, next step to see where they can kind of, become that big international force. But speaking of a big international force, we're going to send it over to Christina, who's standing by with 369 after their win.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by 369, the top laner for JDG. Congratulations on taking down your opponent with a very clean victory. First question for you, I'm curious about your mentality before this matchup into LGD. It seems that they seem to have a magic that they always can take down some strong opponent when it comes to the end of regular season for LGD. So what was your mentality against them? 欢迎369来到我们的赛后采访，又是一场非常快的2-0嘛，京东拿下了老干爹。其实老干爹在赛季末期还是有说法的，所以想了解一下京东在这场比赛之前的心态是怎么样？你们是觉得可能要做一些特别的针对，还是说很有信心拿下他们呢？
我们就想的是不要出太多失误吧，然后因为我们之前失误比较多，就今天不出失误。
Actually, we just thought that please do not make some serious mistakes. And before, maybe in the past few matchups, we made so many mistakes. So we just want to perform solid in today's matchup. And speaking of today's matchup, well, game 1 you got Cannon, game 2 you got Aura. I think that's why did you pick some like so many team-oriented champions, especially in today's game? Is that because you want to play solid? So what do you think of your role, especially in today's game, into Xiao Xu, the top laner for LGD? He performed pretty good in previous matchups. 那么其实刚才369也说，今天可能就是要不犯失误嘛，好像看着今天2局比赛其实都打得比较稳健。那么你这边上路2次都选出来这个团战型的英雄，是不是就是因为这一点呢？而且你是怎么看待跟小徐这样一个对局？因为毕竟在之前 LGD 发挥比较不错的比赛里面，他本人的发挥可能也是队伍比较核心的一个点吧。
我觉得就是小徐选手还是比较有实力的，但是我最会打这种新人了。然后还有就是我们队伍面对老干爹的时候，还是要去想的是更谨慎一点，就这样。
Actually, I think Xiao Xu performs pretty good, but I'm so good at play against some kind of rookie players like Xiao Xu. So when facing LGD, we just need to perform so seriously like we did in today's matchup. And you have only 1 game left in regular season. We know that you really want to get top 2 in regular season on standings in order to get the second life in playoffs. So what's your take on the next matchup against Ultra Prime for you? 那么其实常规赛目前来讲，对京东来说仅剩1局。我们知道，对于京东来说，毕竟是名列常规赛前茅嘛，好像前面的强队都在争夺复活甲，因为可以在季后赛中有一个比较好有利的位置。所以你觉得下一场比赛当中，京东这边可能是对这场比赛怎么看的？针对 UP 来说的话，
对战 UP 的话，因为他们有2位世界冠军选手嘛，然后我们要提起非常大的就是注意，好吧。
Because that Ultra Prime have 2 players who won the World Championship, so when facing them, we have to watch out for them and pay more attention. And final question for you: looking back to the whole regular season journey, except the next coming matchup against Ultra Prime. So, which part do you think you guys perform really much better, and which part do you think you still need to improve on in order to perform better in playoffs? 那么最后一个问题，已经到了我们常规赛10周了嘛？其实大致回看已经过去很久的这样的常规赛，369觉得京东哪些部分是做的比较好，哪些部分是为了征战季后赛队伍可能还需要再提升的点呢？
我觉得我们队伍现在就是沟通问题比较大吧，然后我们也慢慢的在变好，就这样，就我们沟通越来越好的话，会走得越来越远的。
Actually, I think that we have some communication issues for our whole team. As long as we can fix communication issues, we really can go far further and play much better in upcoming matchups, especially in playoffs. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢369来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina. And of course, thank you to 369. I saw that little cheeky grin and talking about Ultra Prime, giving some praise, shall we say, to 2 old world champions. I mean, that particular roster.
He did give praise, right? Just had
he did. He just had a bit of a cheeky grin there. You know, we will not allude to what that could mean, but we do our MVP for this game. It was Kanavi coming in here. Honestly, can't really fault the guy. He is just a fantastically consistent engager. Has been a bit of a weird split for him right now. He does have some off games. Definitely feels like he can be a bit hot or cold, but today he was definitely hot.
Yeah, and I mean, even when he's cold, right? I mean, a cold day for someone like Kanavi isn't that bad when you're leading the league in wins right now. But speaking of which, Sheen, I do believe during that interview you were mathing away. You had the calculator.
I did do the maths. I did get the calculator out. JD have not confirmed top 2. They can still be knocked out by LNG. So it is unfortunately the kind of thing, and actually I realized, because my maths was just completely off. I thought LNG only had 1 game, they actually have 2, and LNG could technically get up above both EDG and JDG, so neither EDG nor JDG are actually confirmed until we actually have their final series. So for the first time in a kind of a long time, we are actually having a pretty tight race for our top 2. And again, showing how valuable those wins are and can be is going to be very crucial for these teams. We have seen even last summer, RNG coming into summer were kind of touted as a top 2 team. They lost to LGD in the final day of the split. They dropped down to top 3. They got knocked out in the first round. They had to go through Gauntlet. That is genuinely how it worked out. So this is a big moment here for these teams to kind of say, look, you can't underestimate teams right up until the end.
And I got to say, like, this is spring, so there's no Gauntlet. At least RNG got time to, like, go back, get pissed off, and then come back and crush WE in that regional finals. But, yeah, you definitely just got to aim for the best placements you could. But today, it was a short one. Nasheen, you called it. We kind of finished our games by, like, 12:30, you know, our time.
Done before 1.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Those were the results. NIP shocking the world by taking down RNG, giving hope to all Rare Atoms fans and the millions and millions of Rare Atom enjoyers. And yeah, we all
I think
saw
they
it.
have a pretty big, yeah. I think I was gonna say, I think Rare Atom have a pretty big CS:GO team, or a big enough one that they should have some fans there. But yeah, great for NIP. JDG then kind of doing business as usual. Second last game of the split for them, and they were taking down LGD, which means we are going into 6 days left, 13 best of 3s. And we still have 5 spots in our playoffs to confirm. It's not 100% done. We don't even know exactly where everyone's going to be finishing off because, yes, you got your top 3 pretty definitive, but then Weibo, BLG, OMG, Top, TT, they're all on 8 and 6, 9 and 5. That's a hell of a close race.
Yeah, and I looked at some of the schedules. Some of the schedule, like, I'd actually say that, like, teams like TT should be feeling pretty good with how their schedule pans out. The rest, it's kind of like they're all playing other kind of middle-tier teams, so a lot can be decided, which we'll bring up tomorrow's games, because now every day impacts the standings. Seriously, even though we have no more top team showdowns
it's a meme,
for the
but
rest
it
of
does
LPL,
matter.
but no, yeah, because for whatever reason, the LPL schedule panned out to where all of our like middle and like lower middle tier teams are playing at like in this week. So it's all the
Banger
teams
Tuesday.
who need to confirm this. Wait, do you have tomorrow's games on your screen already?
I don't have it on my screen. We're still looking at the standings right now. I'm actually while we're looking at the standings, but I asked this to Kitty the other day as well. Who's not making playoffs? Who is getting knocked out? Never mind, it's gone. Tomorrow's games. It is Banger Tuesday. This is something that seems to happen all the time in the LPL. A random Tuesday in every split just becomes like some of the most cracked and important games. OMG versus Top Esports. Cannot stress enough how big that is for Top Esports. They are on a 4-series loss streak. They need to break that spiral or they're in serious, serious trouble. And then WE going up against Weibo. WE still fighting for their playoff lives down at 7 and 7. And Weibo kind of looking to kind of push themselves towards that top 4 finish. So there's a lot to still be decided here. We still only have, again, 13 best of 3s left to play.
Again, for tomorrow, though, I'm excited. All playoff teams as of now. Weibo especially have just looked really clean in their past 2 wins. Sports that need to shore it up. All of us want to see Rookie finally win something again, man. And
I see the internationals, bro.
Yeah, you know that's fine as long as they can make it to Worlds. I'm happy. Send Rookie to Worlds, please.
Send Rookie to Worlds. That's all we want. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you, Lyric, for bringing me through the short but very much weird and wonderful LPL that is today. Thank you, everyone, to watching. And, of course, thank you to all our back-end staff. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll see you guys at the same time, at the same channel tomorrow. Be good to yourself. Most importantly, be good to others. And we'll see you then.